Welcome to Memphis City Council. Today's Tuesday, October 21st. Memphis Light, Gas, and Water Committee. JR, would you please call the roll?
Yes. Councilwoman Walker.
Present.
Councilman Warren.
Present.
Chair Spinoza.
Here. All right, we got one item on the agenda today, as usual. Item number one, discussion of MLGW fiscal consent. No vote is needed. President McGowan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Doug McGowan, Memphis Light, Gas, and Water, 220 South Main. Today, we're seeking approval for spending about $20 million. That will bring us to about $688 million of approvals throughout the course of this year. We have a number of items for your consideration. About half of those are for contracted workforce for our ISIT, specialized services for IS and IT. These are all local people that are hired through local specialist IT agencies, and we'll talk about those when we get to them. The first item on the agenda is for substation engineering services in the amount of $1.25 million. This is the third of four renewals for Fisher & Arnold Incorporated. Fisher & Arnold does a lot of engineering services for us, especially as we are expanding and improving our substations, which are those key components of our electric distribution system. Also helping us with our grid modernization effort that is well underway. So they have some special technical skills that they provide to our team that we need for these specific projects, and that project is going particularly well for us. The next item is for Sheehan Pumping Station switchgear. We have a picture here. These are the electric controllers that bring electric power into the water pumping station that allow us to keep water pumping out of that Sheehan pumping station. The cabinets were old. The technology was not modern technology, and this will keep us safe and consistent with current modern standards for electric components in a water pumping station. The next item is for replacement filters and valves, and this is at our McCord pumping station. These valves open and close based on the needs that we have at the water pumping station. These actuators drive the valves, and we're replacing all of the valves here with new high-performance units. It will increase the reliability and extend the life of both the pumping station and the filters that we have at the McCord pumping station. The next item is Gartner Advisory Services in the amount of $225,316. They provide us with research and consulting in a number of areas, especially important in the cybersecurity area and also utility benchmarking. Are we following best practices in the utility industry? They help our performance engineering folks make sure that we have the appropriate benchmarks for the performance of our jobs. And so they have been an invaluable resource for us, and we've used them for a number of years. Okay, the next few items are for professional services in our information services and IT section, our division. I have Vice President Lachelle Vaughn here, who's the director of our information services and IT division. We have about 7 contracts here. This represents about 40% of the workforce that actually works on behalf of MLGW. It's about 99 people. These are all local individuals that are hired through companies like the first one here, One Link Technology, LLC. The bottom line is they provide professional staffing services for information services that are specialized in one particular programming area or another. I guess if I could give you the best example of why we do it this way is a very basic level. If I needed someone for let's call it an Excel project, and they were an expert in Excel, and I needed them only for 3 months, and then I needed an expert in PowerPoint, I could have the Excel project completed, and I would hire a different person who has PowerPoint. They would not be a specific expert. If I brought that expertise on staff, the person may not have something to do all the time. So this allows us to be very flexible. It allows us to have the appropriate people that we need for the projects that are underway. And again, all of these people live here locally in the Memphis area, but they're hired through through these third-party vendors. So the first is for One Link Technology in the amount of $2.6 million. The next is for Cook Systems in the amount of $2.9 million. And this extends this contract from January 26th to December 31st of 26. This is nothing new. This is how we do this each and every year at about this time of the year. The next is for CTD staffing in the amount of $2.8 million. The next is for Next Tech Solutions in the amount of $2.3 million. The next is for Strategics Technology in the amount of $2.6 million. And the final is Tech Systems in the amount of $1.894 million. I'm sorry, that wasn't the final. Final is VACO in the amount of $2.59 million. So that is for our IT division. Again, it's about 99 local people who are hired through these third-party companies that have very specialized expertise in specific programming areas that we can use. We can trade people in and out as we need to as the projects come and go. They complement the more than 100 or so people that we have full-time, 150 or so people that we have full-time on the MLGW staff. So these are project-specific individuals that we bring in for projects. Okay, so the last item we have is temporary employment services. This is not in IT. This is for craftsmen and tradesmen who will fill in if we have any short-term losses of people due to a short-term disability, anybody who's on sick leave, or any open positions we have. So these are laborers who can come in and fill the gap for a short time while we are hiring people to fill an opening, or while somebody is on short-term disability so we can bring someone in, the work can continue. Again, this is something we do each and every year to make sure we have the right people on board to do the work that's necessary in a temporary fashion in this case. So, subject to your questions, that concludes my presentation, Mr. Chair, and I do have, again, VP Michelle Vaughn here if you have questions about the IS and IT contracts.
All right, thank you, President McGowan. Council members. Oh, for the record, we've got Councilwoman Cooper Sutton that joined us. Good morning. Any questions, comments? All right, seeing none. Great committee meeting today. Thank you, President McGowan. I sincerely appreciate all you being here. Everybody good? Meeting adjourned. We're ahead of schedule.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Yep.
Good morning. My scripture for today is Psalms 23, and I think everybody knows that. And the first verse is, "The Lord is my shepherd, and we shall not want." So, thank the October 21st meeting. I need to put my glasses on. The October 21st meeting of the Public Service Arts and Youth Initiative Committee of the Memphis City Council is hereby called to order. Deja, please call the roll.
Yes, ma'am. Councilwoman Walker. Present. Councilman Dr. Warren. Present. And Chair Cooper Sutton.
Present. Today on the agenda, we have one item, and it's an update from the Urban Art Commission on Art Collection Maintenance Plan, all canceled districts, sponsored by the administration. Thank you. Give your name and address.
Lakeisha Edwards, 422 North Cleveland, Memphis, Tennessee, 38104.
The floor is yours.
Well, good morning. I am here because it was requested that I give a kind of play-by-play of what we have planned for our deferred maintenance. Currently, we have 21 projects that need some sort of maintenance. Some of them need more than others, considering the fact that our public art collection is reaching 30 years old. So we do have some projects that have been there 15, 20 years. So it is not a case of things being neglected, they just need maintenance. And over time, we have only received $35,000 or less per year to maintain this collection. Currently, we have over 170 pieces in this collection, and unfortunately, the current funding of $35,000 a year just isn't enough to keep up. So that's why we now have a backlog. I will acknowledge that the ordinance does provide for more than what we have received. The ordinance provides for 0.01%, which comes out to about $96,000 a year. So of course that 35,000 versus the 96 is a huge shortfall. I believe that when the ordinance was created, that there was a plan for us to be able to consistently keep up with it. And if we were funded at that level, we would be able to do so. So in the next several slides, I can just kind of flip through them. There is a picture of the maintenance that we're looking to correct. On each of the slides, you'll see the budget, that was original budget of what we spent on it, and then the estimate of what it would cost to either completely redo the project or to maintain it. So this one was done in 2011, so of course it's been out there quite some time in the elements. The range of the budget is from either using materials that will keep it where it is, and on the higher end is to just completely redo the project. This wall is out in Raleigh, and it's probably about a mile long, so it's a very large-scale project, and that's the current pricing. Of course, the longer we wait to correct these issues, the more they will cost. The next one is at Central High School. This one was done in 2012. Again, on each slide, you'll see the name, the year that it was created, the original budget, and then the estimate of what it would cost for us to recreate it or update it. Next is Halley Stadium. This one was done in 2014. This one is a little bit smaller, and the original budget was a little over $31,000, and the estimate to recreate it is the $14,500. This one is more of a 3D piece. It was done in 2015, and it, of course, just because of the elements and it being metal and outdoors, there's some rust and some things that would need to be power coated. And this is another mural, again, 2013. So again, many of these projects were done several years ago, some 10, some 15 years ago. These signs, of course, would just be power coated and cleaned. My song was done, it's 2013. And again, you can see kind of some of these up close pictures, more of the specific damage. And I will also like to point out that none of these pieces have turned into blight. So we don't have anything that is of urgent matter to the point where it needs to be completely destroyed. We just need to make sure that we get ahead of that, because if these things sit here for another 5 to 10 years, they will become blight. And then on this one, it is a newer project, but the polytab that was used is bubbling up. So we would like to correct that. There are some, we have very few options when it comes to polytab here in Memphis. That's why that estimate is higher than some of the others, simply because it does take a specialized skill set to correct that. And then you can see as this mosaic, unfortunately with this mosaic, people are using it as shooting target. They are literally shooting at the mosaics, I think maybe just because of the way it kind of explodes when you hit it. So people are doing that quite frequently. And honestly, from what I'm told, it was happening very shortly after it was installed. So in this instance, we would like to kind of try a different material, even though the estimate is low compared to the amount that we spent on it total, but it's because we want to change the materials.
Where is this particular piece located?
Let me get the address on that one. Rock City. $980 Weaver in Dahlstrom Park. Soulsville Gateway, this one was done in 2003. So again, it's very dated and needs some additional painting and also cleaning of the concrete itself. And then this is another that was done in 2011, the I Am a Rocket Man. Roots and Wings. Which one? This one?
Could you tell me where that one is located? It
Yes,
looks very
Roots
familiar.
and Wings is at the North Fraser Community Center.
Okay.
At 2655.
That's what I thought I've seen.
Yeah.
Community.
Yes. So of course you can see some of the peeling, and for it to have been completed in 2012, it's holding up really well. But again, we don't want it to get any worse. Walking trail, this was in 2017. This one's very low lift, $4,000. We'll get that back to new. Ruby Gates, and this one was done in 2008. So again, this is one of our older pieces, but mostly needs cleaning.
Tell me where that one is located as well, please.
Yes, that is Rugby Place in Fraser. And then the Dogwood Gateway, this one was done in 2012. Again, mostly just needing painting, and this one is downtown in front of Tomley Park. Again, it has some spaces that are rusting, so we would need to recoat that one. It was done in 2011.
And that one's in Tumley's Park.
It's the entrance right off the front.
It sure is. Now I see it. Okay.
There's so many things that we see around the city. We see them, but then we don't see them, and at some point they just kind of become the background. But yeah, there's several pieces that are just like that. They're really big. We see them all the time, and then when we go back to them, we're like, oh, wait, that's part of the collection. But again, it still looks good. It's just that we need to make sure that we recoat it before it starts rusting more. And this is Neighbors. And this one was also done in 2001. So we've got 24 years that it's been out there, but it only takes $8,300 to get it back right. So again, some of these projects don't take a lot of money, but as you can see, it's a lot more than $35,000 for the year. These were at the old auto inspection units, and we have actually had them, the bottom portion of them fixed and had them repainted. So when they were removed, unfortunately, they literally just cut them instead of pulling them out of the ground. So we did have some repairs done on those and are waiting to install them behind the Raleigh Library. And now we're getting into the ones that are already in progress. This one for Black Bayou, it was done in 2008. And all of those those railings have been reconstructed and are currently being reinstalled. This project is going to look exactly the way it was when it was first installed back in 2008, and we will have this completed before Thanksgiving. And this was created by a lump sum that was designated maybe 2 years ago for maintenance, simply because it was just such an outcry of the community to have it repaired because it was starting to be a hazard.
All right, and where is it located again? Where's the location?
I'm getting the exact address. Do I have that? 3810 Park. And then Dave Wells Community Center was actually included in my FY26 budget because, again, with these larger projects, I don't have enough in my maintenance fund. So I used it as a project to recreate it because, again, this was done in 2008. They're completely faded on the community center.
Who is the portrait of?
It's a child that was in the program during the time when they were doing the mentorship with the artists and the children that were in those schools in the neighborhood. So all of the placards on this community center are people in the community. So this is the 5-year plan request. And again, you have copies of this, so I won't go through the exact details, but for FY26, of course, there's the $35,000 that's already been approved. We will continue to clean other projects and to start with those smaller projects that are maybe anywhere from 5,000 to 7,000. We have a few that are 10 to 12,000. So we may get 3, maybe 4 projects completed with that. We are asking for some additional funding in year 2, 3, 4, and 5. Again, I put in the first column the 94,000, which would be within the ordinance compliance. I'm trying to be realistic that we may or may not be in a position to go into full compliance in the next year. However, I hope to achieve that in the next 3 years. So over the next few fiscal years, if we could have these incremental increases so that we can reach compliance, that would allow us to stagger out these projects, ensure that we can manage all of these contracts to have them updated and have the complete backlog of all 21 of these projects fully resolved by FY30.
Okay, thank you. Are you finished? Is that
Yes.
the presentation? All right, do we have that presentation?
I emailed it.
Councilwoman Logan and Dr. Warren, you are in the queue.
Yes, ma'am. You know, as we're heading into next year, I think that's the year that we're going to start to see our debt cliff to where we may actually have some additional funding that we need to think about. And I think this is a good way, if you're thinking about how you get rid of blight, how you make neighborhoods look better, you make the art pop. And I'm just looking at the amount of money that she's talking about here compared to what we're going to have in our debt cliff. It would be nice to have administration bring us these projects with requests for this money so we can go ahead and move forward and continue it. And I just wondered what other projects are in the pipeline that we need to be thinking about that we want to include and where they are. I know we've got Southwind coming up, Councilman Ford. I'm not sure if there's any art that's being planned for there, but I think that would be things that we would, as a body, would like to see. Where are you with that? And does that make any sense? And do we have anyone from administration that could talk to future plans for these projects?
In response, yes, we do have several projects that have been planned, including in FY26. We actually have the sculptural fellowship that would put a small scale sculpture in every district. So that would be something that we are open to feedback for.
Tell us a little bit more about that.
So the current budget that was just recently approved, that allowed for us to have 7 fellows, local artists, that are here in the city that will be assigned one district. Each district would receive some type of small-scale sculpture, and that is created and determined by the selection committee. Selection committee would include person on council, someone from engineering, people that are in the neighborhood, and of course my team as guidance. So
How
those
will
are
you
kind of,
determine where they go in those districts?
so that is determined by the selection committee, and it could be led by someone on council. So if you had a particular space in your district that you would like to have highlighted, then we can start with that. There's no set rules of where it has to be. So that's kind of an open-ended
That's very
where you see
interesting.
the
Thank
need.
you. So I think we all need to be aware of that, particularly the 7 council members, and should be aware of that. And don't leave us super district members out when you're talking about it. Maybe give us a call, see what we think.
Yes.
We'd appreciate it. Thank
Yes.
you. Thank you.
Yes.
Yes. Councilwoman Logan's in the queue.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation. I really appreciate you putting together. And as we see, if we're going to continue with the art program, we are going to have to allocate some dollars because we want art to be art, not blight. And also having those, having a process for community input is definitely a part of what we want to see moving forward. So if that's baked into this funding, I think it's necessary. We have a lot of things going on in our communities, and if we're going to allocate those resources, I definitely want to see it really be transformative for the community. And it doesn't always have to be a big art piece. It could be, something else that's more practical for the community. I know I hear people all the time talking about when you go to other communities, you see beautification in terms of flowers and, just beauty. And maybe the art can be a part of that. I know we've talked about art, ornamental types of planters and things like this. So hopefully we can expand it with this request.
And what I also would like to mention is that we can think outside of the box when it comes to art.
Yes.
Public art is not just a mural. It's not just a sculpture. It could be sign toppers. We have several neighborhoods that would love to be able to show their pride in their neighborhood in regards to what they've called themselves over the years, even if it's not an official name. Most recently in Orange Mound, it was requested that they have signage. So now we have a 15-foot sign that's over off a park that has recently been revealed, and it says, "Welcome to Historic Orange Mound," because that neighborhood has never had a sign that specifically invited people into their neighborhood. So I think that the creative placemaking gives us an opportunity to do a lot of things outside of the normal scope of work.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Manny, could you come up? I think this comes out of your budget, if I'm not mistaken. And in the ordinance, it was 96,000, which is 1.0%. And so it looks like she's 61,000 in the hold. And she's only been getting 35,000, am I correct? Annually, correct? And so are these all the pieces that is around the city that is under your wheelhouse in this project? Are these all the pieces you just listed here on this presentation?
Those are all the pieces that need maintenance. We have 170 pieces total,
Okay.
so this is less than 13%.
But 21 of them need maintenance. So with this 96, with the 61, with the 96 yearly in the budget, and this is coming to you, Manny, with the 96, would that cover just the 21, or is that the maintenance? Because I don't understand how the maintenance go. I'm new at this, so I don't understand how the maintenance look, what it looks like for art, and how it should be done, because I'm looking at the years 2008, 2001, 2003. So are we like far behind on maintenance, or this something that we can do every 5, 6 years, 7 years? Like you said, this is only 21 and you got 170. What does the rest of them look like in the upcoming? So that's what I don't want to be doing it here and then you come back again and then we got some other issues. And if we can just kind of tidy up things and not wait to the last minute So Manny, this is in your budget. I think this is in your wheelhouse. Am I correct? Name and address, please.
Yeah, good morning, Manny Belen with the Division of Engineering. So to answer the question, yes, the art program as a whole is under engineering's operating budget, particularly with the management of the program as well as the maintenance of it. There is a CIP portion of the art program, and that's in the past has always been around $400,000, and that's for the initiatives that the Director Lakeisha mentioned regarding new art. Okay, so from a maintenance perspective, the allocation has been $35,000 for the maintenance of it, and again, that's housed in the engineering's operating budget.
Okay. Excuse me, yeah. Excuse me, Dr. Warren. Are you in the queue? Okay, thank you, sir. Logan, you want to get back in the queue. Thank you.
I got in the queue, but is 35,000 enough each year to do the necessary maintenance for the ones that are already done? I know the 400,000 is for new projects, which that doesn't seem like a lot for the new projects either, but maintaining them every year in a rotation. So like, I didn't see the mural in Raleigh on there. I don't even know where the one is in Cordova. So in order to, is that on next year's list or the following year's list? And is it included in this 5-year plan? The maintenance on all of those or the completion of those? Is that, and I'm asking you.
The one in Raleigh, are you
There's
speaking
a
of the new
mural
one? Or?
right behind the police station, then the town center, it's a
Yes,
wall.
yes.
So is that included in your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that we just saw?
No, these 21 projects are deferred maintenance. So these are ones that are in line to have some major maintenance done on them. In this last side where it shows the 96,000 going forward, that also has a column that says essential upkeep, safety checks, planning, preparing the maintenance priorities. So once we get finished with these 21, we can maintain with that 96,000 a year of doing the cleaning, of doing the checkups. And then if there's any major projects, I can pull that from my programming budget like I did with Dave Wells. So I'm not concerned with the ones that are not in disrepair right now, because we're doing the cleaning and the maintenance on them to ensure that they're not needing any major work on them for at least 15 years.
Okay.
Most of them 10 to 15 years, all we have to do is clean, maybe touch up, things of that sort. These are projects that are literally 15 to 20 years old. These are very old projects. There's a few that are not quite as old, but the material that they're made out of just needs more assistance.
Okay, that's what I was asking. What's the rotation or what's the shelf life, or, you know, how long do those projects last before they will need maintenance, and are they on a schedule?
Yes.
Based on or in position for funding? All right, thank you.
Let the record reflect that Councilman Spinoza and Vice Chair Janice Swearengin-Washington is here. And Dr. Warren, you're in the queue.
Yeah, I just wanted to go back to that point 1. You mentioned that right when you started that you were supposed to get 0.1% of something. It ended up being 96,000 as maintenance. Was that in an ordinance that came out? Where did that come from, and why are we not doing that?
Yes, and again, it was planned in the ordinance, but that has never been a part of the budget because—
So there's an ordinance that says it should be 0.1, which is 96,000 based on your budget. And I imagine when they first started, your budget was such that 0.1 was 35,000. Then as your budget is increased, I'm wondering if that's where it came from. Manny, do you have any idea?
Manny.
Yeah, so just a little bit of clarity here. So from the arts program as a whole, the way the ordinance is written is that up to 1% of the CIP is to be allocated towards an art program. We have never achieved that. We've never actually put in close to $1 million for the art program as a whole. So that's the 1% ordinance associated with
And
the
the
art
ordinance
program.
says do it. Or
That's
it says
that's
you, or
up
don't
to
do more
up
than
to
that.
1%. That's correct.
Up to 1%.
So it
So the
never says
ordinance
do more
actually
than
said,
1%. It doesn't say do
It-
0.5.
It actually specifically says, up to 1%, but
Pull the
not more than
ordinance
$1
and
million,
we'll see.
I believe is the way. the
Can we
ordinance
get a
is written.
copy of the
I was about
ordinance?
to just say, Deja, I just asked my analyst, Deja, we need a copy of the ordinance, and we want to read it for ourselves to see what it actually says, because we don't want to be back here again, and if the CIP and the operating funding is there, and these are our, in our public view, when visitors, tours, whatever, we need to make sure that the maintenance is upkept, and we need to make sure that you have the proper funding for the urban project, what is needed. And so we'll read the ordinance.
Presentations are included in the CIP each year.
Okay, so we'll review it.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else in the queue? Okay. Any further questions? Director, any other comments?
Yes, ma'am. So, you mentioned about, is the funding allocated on a yearly basis sufficient to maintain the art that we have put out there? And the question is, or the answer to that question, in her perspective, I would think it's insufficient, obviously, but it's not for the lack of asking for it. As we go through our budget cycle, we correspond with each other. We know what's planned for the following year for maintenance. We ask for that during our budget cycle. So I recommend, as we go through the next budget cycle, we will be presenting similar requests. However, as we go through the budget cycle, it often fluctuates and changes. And so I just want to point that out. It's not for the lack of requesting the additional dollars. It's just going through that budget cycle and that budget process.
Yes, you're in the queue.
Often money is allocated, but when they're making changes,
Yes.
money is taken from that line item. So we just need to make sure that we are intentional to make sure that that money stays
That
on
money
that line
stays.
item.
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you for that comment. And this will be our last question. Councilwoman Logan?
Thank you, Chair.
You're
For
welcome.
your generosity. Quickly, you said that it's not because you don't ask, but it's not until now that we're actually seeing the true numbers. So you were asking, but it wasn't the true numbers. We always want to get the true numbers so we can consider that part. We were considering the 35, but that's what was brought to us. So as long as we get the information, we can make a wise decision. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. After, does any other council member have anything else to say? And I think no, because Councilwoman Logan, question was addressed. If not, adjourn.
Good morning, colleagues. I'm going to try to keep us semi on schedule. Today is October 21st, and it's 9:54 a.m. I hereby call the Economic Development, Tourism, and Technology Committee of the Memphis City Council to order. Ms. Golden, can you please call the roll?
Councilman Spinoza. Here. Councilman Ford. Present. Councilwoman Walker. Present. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Present.
Councilman Warren.
Present.
Chair Green.
Present. Chair observes a quorum. Item number 1 is an update on deployed camera systems, all council districts, requested by the administration. Who from the administration will be speaking on this item? Great. Please state your name and title for the record, and then you can begin.
Yes, Eric Keene, CIO, 150 Peabody Place. Also have Augustin Botang, my deputy CIO, and Leo Vanitsky, our lead architect, if you will. So this is a request to follow up on, where we are with video technology, if you will. And I'll start by asking you a question. Who's heard of the heist in Paris at the Louvre that happened a few days ago?
Very, very intrigued. Feels like
How did
Thomas
they do
Crown
that?
affair. I know.
So those are
So excited.
untraceable, unreproducible, Napoleonic jewelry, if you will. There were no cameras whatsoever on the interior of the second floor of the Louvre. And the only camera angle they had that you see probably on, Fox or whatever is one kind of across the gallery-way outside, if you will, kind of seeing the little scaffolding with somebody with a yellow, vest on. So nothing on the interior. We don't want to be that museum or that city. Cameras are very helpful. So I want to give you an update of where we are.
That's really exciting. And also, if we have any crown jewels, please let us know.
You probably should let me know where the crown jewels are because I'm actually relatively new, but let's go ahead and get started there. There are 3 types of video camera devices used in the city right now. I can tell you for a fact, as I'll end, that we are in a very good position relative to other cities in the world or in the United States. We're probably at a 60-70% level, probably 80% level in terms of our strategy with what to do with video technology, and probably a little lower with where we are on deploying it. But the 3 different types are, first of all, city-owned Memphis Police Department cameras. This is something that's underneath MPD's control, if you will. This includes blue light cameras, license plate readers, red light cameras, speed and school zone cameras. Also includes officer body-worn cameras and also vehicle-mounted cameras. We don't talk about where these are or how many there are, but there are thousands of those. The other program that's significant in Memphis is the Connect Memphis program. Right now, there are about 12,000 registered cameras of citizens and businesses who choose to connect to Memphis, and you can see the QR code up there to do that. And about 2,200 of those cameras are actually integrated into the police's FUSIS management system. And what I'm here really to talk about most today are the city-owned divisional cameras, if you will, the vehicle cameras that we have. These include building and indoor cameras. We have thousands of those. This includes intersection cameras in conjunction with traffic engineering. And I do want to say that when I talk about cameras in general, I have to throw out engineering, traffic engineering, fire department, police department, public works. It's not just IT up here calling the shots or making the decisions. It is a true team effort. We also have a lot of special vehicle cameras for specific use, which I'll give you a little bit of idea about what that means in a second. We have over 2,400 city-owned and divisional smart city cameras. So that is a great, huge number, and these cameras are used primarily for analytical and smart city purposes. Anything I'm missing, Leo, on that? So where do all this information go? Where does this recorded video and pictures go? Well, we have 2 enterprise video management strategies and systems. The first one is that city-owned police department cameras and public-owned cameras with the Connect Memphis program all share their feed with MPD in a Fusus platform. So Fusus platform, which is a video management platform, is powering the downtown command center and the real-time command center out on Jefferson Avenue. So everything that's fed into those particular devices makes its way to those two locations. And they use that information for evidence retrieval, for operational actions and events, if you will. The other channel for the city-owned and divisional smart city cameras is called a Genetech video management system. This is funding we received for 25 and 26, primarily 26. We have two separate video management systems because it works best. Having the police with their Fusus management system, which is a enterprise standard for police departments, allows them to do their thing, to maintain or not maintain video records, if you will, video data. It allows them to receive feeds not only from Memphis Connect, but every one of the cameras we have for the city department feed into the Fusus platform also, and also into the enterprise smart city video management system called Genetech. Want to comment on that, Leo? Any questions so far?
Right here.
Councilwoman Moore.
Yes, as you're looking at these and all the cameras that we have, okay, we've got city cameras you talked about. I know that we had Chief Oakley working to try to get more and more home cameras in. Are they also somehow going into this Fusion and Genetech system? And if so, are we using AI to be able to monitor them and actually get decent data that we can use?
Two parts. I'll answer the first part. Yes, they are going into the Fusus system. So that's middle category Connect Memphis with approximately 13,000 cameras. That is just a feed into the video management system. In terms of collecting or using AI, Leo, do you want to comment on that?
Yeah, the Connect Memphis does feed into police video. It does not, we do not mine it for smart city purposes. It's a relationship between the person that decided to offer the video feed and the police department.
So if I wanted to do that and I've got my camera on my door and I want to give you that, are y'all able in real time to say, I've got a guy driving down Kenilworth right now and I know I've got 3 cameras. Can you actually see that person and get a license plate as they're actually doing something?
Yeah, so the city-owned devices, Memphis Police Department, as well as the Connect to Memphis camera participants all fit into the video master system that allows Memphis Police to pinpoint views across the city, stitching together views from multiple different cameras.
So as you're doing that, I guess my question is that real time or are we just going back and trying to figure out after the fact?
The capability, and this is not what we're here to talk about, but as to best of our knowledge, it's both. It's the capability to retrieve, if necessary, after fact, as well as if you choose to share in real time, it's viewable in real time, just like you would see in the downtown command center or in real-time crime center.
So one of the things I guess that's still important for us as a community is if we can get more of our citizens to give that information to our police department, we'll be able to track crimes as they're actually occurring and perhaps solve them and save people's lives and things like that.
Absolutely, Councilman, and that's why we put the QR code in this deck. We want to use every opportunity to promote this program and encourage residents to sign up for the program.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. Just wanted clarity. So when citizens sign up for the Connect to Memphis or businesses sign up, they automatically in the paperwork or sign up give permission for you all to kind of log in and see in real time what's happening through their cameras.
So again, it's not what we're here to talk about. This is more of a Memphis Memphis Police Department question, but to the best of my knowledge, there's two options a business can have with Connect to Memphis program. Option number one, you can make Memphis Police aware of your camera location. So if necessary, it could be retrieved or you could be approached asking you for sharing the video archive. Additionally, the other option exists to share your video feed with Memphis Police in real time.
Okay.
Always streaming. And of those 2,200 cameras are currently
So one
streaming
is
real
access.
time.
One, you're not here to talk about permissions and all of that. We're asking them, I guess I'm asking about is it capable of doing that as well? Okay, thank you. Are you back, Chair?
Thank you. If you want to proceed with the presentation.
Sure. And then, one last point on the Enterprise Smart City Video Management System. This is a second feed for video, if you will, data. And this is used to centralize video streams from all the smart city cameras, to standardize our management of those cameras, which is a big deal. Rolling out thousands of cameras requires a compute environment, a architected environment that allows you to grow like that. It allows us to kind of streamline our video analytics. So to your point about cameras having AI, that of course is the goal. The cameras that we have in certain placement, which is dictated by data, some we want to train to do this, some we want to train to look for this, some we want to train to hear for this, but that certainly is the goal. Traffic intersection cameras, this was a big part of our funding last year. A lot happens at traffic intersections, as you might imagine, with cars, people, bicycles, police department, fire department. We placed 238 cameras last year in Memphis, primarily downtown, to address the needs we had around public safety. We have 150 more planned for this year. These are 158 across the city. So now it's kind of a one Memphis strategy with the cameras. And again, these are multi-sensory, high-end cameras on a fiber network that allows us to do a lot of things and to see a lot of different things. The camera placement for these particular locations was driven by high traffic volume, high accident rates, high crime rates, if you will, and also the first year by the availability of fiber. So fiber optics is our preferred method of connectivity. We've got that in most of our streets, certainly most of our primary intersections. So we're popping a multi-sensory camera onto those fiber networks on the poles in those intersections as fast as we can go. Other cameras we place on key intersections will use different technologies, cell, satellite, you name it. So we still are following kind of the formula, if you will, to put the cameras where they need to go, but fiber's not everywhere. So we have to kind of reach beyond that, and we're making a lot of progress with that with no slowdowns or no issues. Here's a map of that. I know you asked for maps. I found out from my team and from the police department, while we have everything mapped in a GIS database, we don't really like to talk about it a lot. We don't like to share a lot of those maps. We don't have any maps for MPD because they keep those secret, if you will. But this is the progress we made with interstate intersection cameras last year. So again, 228, another 150, give or take. I think the red's complete. The blue with kind of the light blue, I believe, is where we're putting them on a fiber optic network in an intersection. And the dark blue, which I can barely see from here, would be where we're using alternate technologies. But the point in all that is that, if a camera needs to go at intersection X, that's where we'll put it. And we want it to be on, we want it to be streaming live, we want to be able to analyze that, so that's the next technology choice. We also have mobile cameras on our public works vehicles. Right now, 7 public works vehicles. We have a partnership with Google and a company called Spring ML. So we're actually using these cameras, as you can see in the slide, to look for clogged drains and potholes. And right now, it's working very effectively for the 7 vehicles that we have outfitted. This is with Public Works, if you will. I think last year, I don't have the numbers right in front of me, but we found around 300 or 400 potholes, 300 or 400 clogged drains, and the cameras can automatically send a feed to fix that or fill that, if you will, to our 311 system. So we're trying to get to the point where this is proactive. You don't need a resident calling in to say there's a pothole here. We'll find it. So again, 7 vehicles, our goal is to get up to 700 vehicles if we can. We'd also like to pop a drone up in the air that can do the work of like 100 vehicles, so please.
One question on that. Can you tell us the cost of attaching these cameras to these vehicles? Because I know we have hundreds of, city vehicles that are roaming around. We have garbage trucks that are going to every street every day. So how much do these cost, to help us automate things like drains and potholes?
Well, I'll tell you, there's 2 sides to the cost, of course.
Right.
One is the camera, and the other side that's
The software and
more important is where that stuff goes.
Yeah.
So where that stuff goes, that plumbing, the data connectivity, we've got that kind of in place. So the incremental cost of a camera itself, I have no idea, but I'll push it over to Leo.
Thanks.
Leo, how much is a camera?
I think these first ones are earlier generation technology, and they were more than 10,000, I think, a piece. They were new, and a lot of work went into equip them and make the video accessible and processable. But as and you've certainly mentioned it, there are dash cams installed in all the garbage trucks. There are dash cams installed in public works trucks. There also, with more limitations, we have the fire trucks that also use dash cam technology. So our current work is we are satisfied with the software. It works, it detects. We have technology to raise our own 311 tickets. You don't need to call us. The tickets are closed. The end-to-end loop is working. So our current work now is how do we leverage the video recorded in the dash cams and SolidWorks. The early work shows that it'll be some doing because the people that created the dash cams, they didn't think about this type of usage, that you could also use video recorded on a dash cam for analysis and analytics. So it may take a few months for us to solve it and figure out, but we're very much focused now on you don't need to buy more dedicated cameras. You don't need to buy more dedicated vehicles just to film. We have roaming assets all throughout the city. Garbage goes every door, every week and every 2 weeks for solid. That's where we're focused on.
So it's just getting that algorithm more.
And access where the video source is so that we can mine it and process it. It is being filmed, it is being recorded, exposing that video to the analysis is
Are
the next.
we also mining video from the static cameras?
We are. The static camera, I think we may have some examples coming up, the ones, the intersections and others, absolutely.
Councilwoman Logan.
Okay, I just want to make sure for clarity, I want to make sure I understand. So you're saying that these particular mobile cameras that you mentioned at first, they have the technology in it to identify a pothole or a problem and translate or transmit that information to the central location. Those other cameras that are on the dash cameras or that are in trucks and other places, that's not their primary use. So what you're having to figure out is how to make those speak to or transfer the information to the central location like the ones that are purposed for that. Is that what you're saying?
Perfect.
Okay, so I know, so that technology is not there, so you're trying to figure out that technology.
And you're saying bridge it.
Yeah, so you said we're about 3 months from having that done, a few months from having that technology.
Having it figure out how to do it.
How to make them all communicate.
The rollout, the deployment's be a whole different project, change management, communication. But just, we're looking at technical way. How do we technically wire these two things together that were not meant to be wired when they were first produced? That's
but
where
is
we are.
the technology there is what I'm asking for the cameras that are on the dash cameras, do they have the technology to identify the pothole and send that information back to a central location? Or is that what you're trying to figure out and make happen?
The dash cams, when they were originally created, they were really good for recording videos, if there's any accident, if there's any crash, if there's any other telematics type of insights. There were nothing, the company that designed the dash cams, they didn't think of this other use, but they do record. So on one side, I have a video that records. On the other side, as shown on this slide, I know how to analyze it. So how do I get access to these video feeds that are recorded on a dash and stream that data over to the city where it could be analyzed is what we have to do. That's our next
Okay.
Yes, and I'll also add, and this is very important, I hope I don't make it confusing, but smart city technology is a huge market. So I've got 10 camera makers calling me every day. I've got 25 AI companies calling me every day saying, can you use this or that? So it's really important that we have our own point of view on what our architecture should be. You know, we want an open architecture so we can use a camera from maker A or B or C and plug it into enterprise grade technology stacks. So when we start to use Oracle and ServiceNow and those things, those companies are putting all their investment money into AI to make those stacks, you know, more efficient and more sticky. So talking to this company, for example, they didn't particularly want to open up their API for data. So we're trying to show them why that's a valuable thing to do. And if they won't do it, we'll go someplace else.
So that's why I was asking, why are we spending time trying to make those dash cameras do this when these cameras already do it? Are they cheaper? Do we have more of them? What is the point?
Yeah, the car and dash cams, there are much cheaper.
Okay.
And before we recommend you to upgrade them, we wanted to take a path to say, can we take value out of them? So this our, you know, preserve what you have, use what you have, make more with it. That's our current path.
If you can do that in a way that gives you the same ease of access and use and not a whole bunch of money. That's what I was wondering. What's the cost to buy them this way or the cost to upgrade them? Is it far less? Is that why you're saying that?
This particular camera here pictured on the slide is over $10,000 in cost. The dash cam is $500 a year.
Okay.
So the order of magnitude says, hey, could I first try to use what?
So this one is $10,000 per camera. That's $500 per camera. So it does make sense to try to upgrade that. There you go. There you go.
And to Councilwoman Green's point, we're trying to use the technology foundational stuff we put in, you know, leverage that with a $500 camera or something we lease, if you will.
Are we doing it internally with our staff? We have staff for that type of thing in the IT or tech department, or is that something you're requesting that they come up with?
We are internally very capable with architecture, with APIs, with what we want, with where the data needs to go and what it should be, and then working with the vendors. I think in some ways, being very humble, we're kind of ahead of them in this open architecture thinking, and having a lot of experience from FedEx. We use cameras around the world. We know you can't go down this rabbit hole path of vendor proprietary. So we're very good internally. We're just trying to get some of these vendors to think more broadly, if you will. And some of them won't.
Yeah.
Some of them have their own business model where they want to keep it proprietary, and that's fine. But there's a lot out there, and we're just trying to navigate our way through.
Councilwoman Logan, I don't mean to cut you off, but I'm now allegedly at the end of the time for my committee, so we got to finish this presentation. I do want to note that Councilwoman White and Councilman Smiley and Councilwoman Walker have joined us. So, Councilwoman Walker's in the queue. Okay. Let's finish the presentation, then we'll get to you, Councilwoman Walker, okay? Thank you.
Okay, just a few more slides, so I'll be fairly quick. The next big frontier is interstate cameras, and here we're working with TDOT and MLGW. I think they were in the room earlier behind me. So we're taking a data-focused approach on this also. You can see kind of our data formulaic inputs on the left side. Great support from TDOT, from MLGW, great support from the camera vendors. Here's where we would put an analytical multi-sensor camera up on a pole, if you will, an MLG pole. And some things you can do with it, you can see visualized in this next screen. But with computer vision applications, you can do alerts on collisions, stalls, near misses, potholes, trash, blight, attendance, people moving, people waving their arms, people standing on a bridge too long, you name it. You can train the camera to look for it, and in many cases, to smell for it or to hear for it, for something like a shot detector of that nature. So this is where the focus of this presentation was kind of going, to what we can do with these analytical side cameras, along with that foundational, basis of a data platform, an enterprise video management system. So the potential here is incredible. And last but not least, we are fully in compliance with federal standards, with CGIS, with what we can and can't say in terms of facial recognition, video storage, and acceptable use policies. So this is a big deal, of course, to our residents and also to, people kind of wanting to work with us on the technology, and we are fully in compliance. So let me end by saying I think Memphis humbly is in a great position. I think strategically we're ahead of a lot of cities. We benchmark with more cities than you can imagine. We talk directly with the technical people at a lot of big companies through our contacts. So we think we've got a pretty good plan, and we're getting great support from the other divisions and MLGW and you, and we're making a lot of progress.
Thank you. Councilwoman Walker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you all for coming today. My question is, with this new technology that you all have shared as it relates to these cameras being able to do what they do, is there any intersectionality between this new technology and the city's cybersecurity?
Yes, cybersecurity takes up half of my thought patterns while I'm sleeping, and half of them when I wake up. So we do a tabletop exercise. You were invited to that a few weeks ago. We do that a minimum of twice per year, if you will. So we also invite into that exercise the fire department, the police department, MLGW, FBI, cybersecurity experts. And what we do is we just kind of role play scenarios of something happening, whether that's at MLGW or to our computer systems or losing data or a ransomware attack. And we role play through every single department and division, how you would respond to that. And a lot of that meeting is to determine what do you do when you lose things, but that helps you prep to not lose things. So we put a significant part of our budget, I want to say probably 10-12% into cybersecurity, but we also reach out. And I myself was in a huge event last week on the West Coast, talking about cybersecurity for AI and electrical grids, things of that nature. So it is front and center in our minds, and we try to invest smartly. And Augustin himself is a cybersecurity expert, spends a lot of his time going to conferences, and I kind of put him in that role as COO of IT. So we give it all our thought, and we try to prepare. We try to minimize attack zones. So places where a bad person, would start to go after your system. So we're on it, but it's never guaranteed.
All right, thank you for that. Thank you for sharing, and I yield the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman White?
Thank you. So who has access to these cameras other than, like, your department?
The police department, fire department, public solid waste does for their 7 cameras, and that's it.
Okay. And if some other agency wanted it, they would have to subpoena these cameras, or how does that work?
I don't know why they would have to take, an aggressive approach like that. We're fairly open. If anything, we're trying to get TDOT to be as open as we are. This is public data of public roads. So again, we're trying to kind of lean into an open architecture and invite, usage of video equipment. I think you might have something to say.
And then specifically for the smart city purposes, I want to point out on this slide, we do not have any recording of videos. Our goal is to process the data as it streams, identify the pothole, capture the location, and log it in to 311. So even if you ask us for data, we don't have it. And instead, note that all video cameras are feeding into Memphis Police Department system. Memphis Police has a very mature, robust Freedom of Information Act, how somebody can request footage, and that's handled through police, not through smart city technology.
Thank you.
Is that all, Councilwoman White? Look, all us criminal defense attorneys up here were like, wait a minute. I appreciate it. Colleagues, are there any more questions on this presentation? All right. Seeing no questions and no further business, we are adjourned.
Councilwoman Green, Councilman Spinoza, Councilwoman Swearengin Washington,
Present.
Councilwoman White, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, Councilwoman Logan, Councilman Smiley.
All right. Thank you. We have one item on today's agenda. Item number 1 is a resolution to appropriate $2 million in FY26 CIP project number LI01036 for library deferred maintenance improvement. Moved by Councilwoman Swearengin Washington and second by Councilman Spinoza. Is there anyone here from the administration to speak on this item?
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Chris Marsleck. I'm Deputy Director of Libraries, 3030 Poplar Avenue. So, do I need to repeat that? Do I need to
You can repeat it. Yes,
Okay.
sir. Thank you.
Chris Marsleck, Deputy Director of Libraries, 3030 Poplar Avenue. Libraries is requesting appropriation of $2 million that's already been allocated in fiscal year 26 CIP budget. These funds will be used for technology and facility enhancements that include upgrading security cameras and intrusion systems, installing self-service checkout kiosks, upgrading outdoor signage, also upgrading meeting and program technology, and then finally other deferred maintenance needs at some of our older locations. So I'm happy to take any questions that you have about any of this, and I appreciate, thank you for your consideration.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions?
Yeah. You can go, Councilwoman.
Okay. Councilwoman White, you have the floor.
Is there a breakdown of what locations these will go to and kind of what'll be allocated to the locations? Because initially when I saw it and thought deferred maintenance, I said, oh, okay, $2 million in deferred maintenance, good. And then once you get a breakdown, only $509,000 is for deferred maintenance. And I'm not sure for which locations this is for.
Yes, ma'am. As far as the, for instance, just starting from the top, the security cameras and intrusion monitoring system, that's going to hit all of our locations because we have cameras, but they needed to be upgraded. And so that'll hit all 18 locations. The self-service checkout kiosks will be, we already have those kiosks at Raleigh, Orange Mound, Fraser, and Central Library will be getting the kiosks in the next couple of months on all 4 floors. We received some grant funding to do that. And then, so this will be for all other locations to bring everybody up to speed with the self-checkout kiosk. The outdoor signage, that'll be to include outdoor signage that's similar to what you see at our newer locations. For instance, the Fraser Library, if you pass on James Road, you'll notice a Memphis Public Library sign that has a digital aspect. And so we're adding those into 9 locations that include North, Gaston Park, Cherokee, Hollywood, Parkway Village, Whitehaven, Cordova, and Randolph. And then moving on down to the meeting technology, programming technology, that will also hit almost every location except for our newer locations like Fraser that already have. What we're doing is installing monitors in our meeting space that can be used for programming and for meeting purposes. We're also adding those to conference rooms. And so other than our newer locations, every location will be getting monitors. We're also putting a monitor out in the public area that can be used for to market our programming. So that, and then the final deferred maintenance for other locations, that it really, we have a long list of needs, but the older locations, the ones that need the most are Gaston Park, Cherokee, and North. Those are the 3 locations that we plan to focus on with that funding. And we need, at all 3 locations, we need carpet replacement, We need the whole front entrance, doorways, windows replaced. We need new furniture. There's a lot of furniture that goes back to the beginning of the building, and then just the service desks in general need to be upgraded.
So a couple of questions, follow-up questions. In terms of I guess my focus is more so the deferred maintenance and then looking at kind of some of the other things. And far be it of me to try to say what priorities should be, but just when I look at this list of deferred maintenance, my question then becomes, what is your demand right now in terms of deferred maintenance? Do you have an ongoing kind of report that you all have for the individual locations as to what needs to be done and potential costs? Because then when I see $500,000 for outdoor digital signs, I think that people need to know what's going on at the library, but I would rather see that $500,000 go to deferred maintenance, depending on what that is. We could be caught up and things could be beautiful at all the libraries. Do you have that? And even if not today, is that something that you can get to us so that we can know what the deferred maintenance looks like at the different locations?
Yes, ma'am, we do. We track all the needs at all locations. We go out monthly to a different location and meet with the managers, and we have a plan in place. A lot of it are smaller things. You know, maybe a carpet tile needs to be replaced here, or water fountain needs to be repaired. A lot of smaller things. I think the fact that we've had so many new libraries built over the last few years has been amazing for us, because those buildings, we do have a number of libraries now that are in perfect condition, and we continue to work on keeping them in perfect condition. But some of the larger things, like carpet replacement's a big one for us. Window and door replacement, those tend to be higher priced items. But we do track it on location by location. We don't have a cost tied to it, just because we haven't gone out and actually done quotes or asked for quotes or tried to build out the cost on everything that we've captured.
Councilwoman, I think you're, Antonio Adams, Chief Operating Officer. I think what you're referring to is more of the building systems, the plumbing, HVAC, roof, and things of that nature. So with regard to that, there's a partnership with General Services, whereas General Services puts on their deferred maintenance items those building system related repairs. And so they work with the different divisions to make sure those are taken care of. The funds that are used from the different divisions augment, in some instances, those immediate emergency repairs, but it kind of takes care of a lot of the operational needs that are internal to the operation of whatever facility. We do this with all divisions, parks, libraries, fire, police, etc. And so the deputy director is correct. We have been able, over the last 5 to 6 years, replace quite a few of our libraries. Now, we do understand that there are some that are in dire need of replacement, and they are scheduled in future years for replacement as well.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and so I guess, and I thank you for that information. Mine was more focused towards the things that were listed here in deferred maintenance. I was just wondering, what does that look like on a larger scale versus for whatever this $509,000 is going to, in comparison to or aside with what we actually budgeted in CIP for these projects. Does that make sense? Kind of knowing, hey, how much did we budget here? But then not only what did we budget here, what percentage is this that's being requested today? And then what's the total deferred maintenance that we're looking at in general for these types of projects that may potentially need to come out of these CIP funds? Did that make sense?
I think so, and I think we can. So what we can do is provide you, in total, a facility conditions assessment of the library. So it'll tell you all of the deferred maintenance items, from structural repairs, which go as your HVAC, your roof, and total replacement. And we can also give you those items that are interior and internal to those locations as well, so you understand, one, what the deferred maintenance needs are in total. Then you can compare that to what is allocated on an annual basis so that you understand what this is. Did I summarize that?
You did. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'd like to recognize Chair Canali and Councilman Ford. They have joined us. Next, we have in the queue Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. Are all the libraries able to take credit cards and like cashless, like if payments?
No, ma'am. We have a few locations that take credit cards, but we don't in most locations have the credit card. And the reason we don't is because of the cost of accepting the credit cards. We end up having to pay a fee for every credit card usage, and we just don't generate enough funding to be able to offset the fee charged by the credit card company.
Do you know which ones are able to take credit
Yeah,
cards?
Whitehaven, Central, East Shelby, and I believe Cordova,
Okay, all right. And if the library feels that they have enough requests for it, how would they get that up and running at their location?
Well, part of the plan with the self-check kiosks, there will be a credit card feature on those self-check kiosks. So that's a part of the advantage of getting those kiosks out to every location is we will be able to accept credit cards.
Yeah, because being cashless is important nowadays, and being able to not have to try to go get $5 or 10 to some change or something is important.
Yes, ma'am.
So I just wanted, so you're saying if they feel like they have enough requests for it and traction and traffic to get that, do they just request it from?
We're working on getting that feature built into the self-service checkout kiosk, which is part of this plan.
For
Yes,
everybody.
yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
All right.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you for answering that. The next question is the painting for the main library. Is the main library included in here for painting and fixing the walls and that kind of the aesthetics of the building?
We're on a painting schedule with General Services, but we do put in, we are able to put in work orders to do special painting if there's a need. So we try to stay on top of that.
So has that been done? When I was at the library in earlier this year, there were, at the main library, there were several areas upstairs in the meeting rooms and those private rooms and in that area that really, and in the ones downstairs, the larger ones, there were some holes in the walls. So how do they access, those repairs or upgrades when they need them, if it's not on the list?
We work with, we submit general work orders to General Services,
Okay.
the same way as other divisions, and we work with General Services to get that repaired.
Has any painting been done in the main library this year that you know of?
Melvin Jameson, General Service, 125 North Main. Let me check on that, Councilwoman.
All right, thank you.
I know our painters are scattered around in different
Yes.
locations, but
Yes,
I can
sir.
see exactly what that schedule is
Okay.
for the main library. That'd be
I'm
the best
interested
thing for me to
in
do.
the main library because so many people go there and use it. When I was there, I just felt it didn't represent us at all. So,
Exactly.
Okay.
I'll put a priority on that.
thank you. I yield back, Chair.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to let the record show that Councilman Carlisle has joined us. And next in the queue, we have Swearingen Washington.
Thank you, Chair. I want to make sure that we didn't deviate from the 500,000 that was allocated for the digital signs. We want to keep that.
No deviation, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay, next, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Just to kind of piggyback, Chief Adams, you answered one of the questions that I had an inquiry about. However, when you talk about digital, what does the maintenance and looks like on that? Because when we go digital and you're changing over into those, who handles that? Is it inside? Do we have vendors? And what does the maintenance? Because when you say defer to me, I kind of go back what Councilwoman Logan says. When you go to the main library, Benjamin Hooks, You know, it's kind of deteriorating, and when you look at it. And what I'm curious about is, in general service, what does our backlog look like with our deferred maintenance?
Yes, ma'am. So, yeah, we do have projects throughout the city at different libraries, and there are things at Central Library that we are working toward getting done. We do take care of a lot of these things through CIP annually when we request money, funds from the budget process. So I can get you more of a detailed list that I can speak better to.
Okay, sounds good. But I'm just concerned about all this digital. I know we're going digital, and we're gonna have to have a plan in place just in case something blows or something is not working. And we understand that we're going digital. Our world is changing rapidly and very aggressively. But how do we look? And we need some more air. Thank you. Jesus, yeah, just a little bit. Air. Thank you. Thank you. But thank you, Chairwoman. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have in the queue is Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm all for spending money in the libraries. This is my question, which is piggybacking off what the Councilwoman said, is twice I've been, I think in two separate bodies, we've had reports, general services that were supposed to be due to this body that I don't know ever got turned in. And they are comprehensive assessments, facilities assessment reports, FARs is what we call them. It should be dictating and leading some of this work, or at least crossing over. And so my question is what is guiding this in the grand scheme of what should be your vision document that was done, I think, when Chief Adams, when you were General Services Director. So I guess it's a two-parter is, one, we need to get that report in front of the General Services Committee soon and go over that because it's pretty stout, I guess, and it's got a pretty hefty price tag to it. And then two, how is this folding into that so that we're not doing one-offs? Because obviously within libraries, I got it. But to the Councilwoman's broader question about across the city, how is this folding into that? So it's not feeling like it's hodgepodge and we're just taking shots here and there.
Yeah. So if I can kind of help with that, the last facility conditions, comprehensive facility condition assessment was done and completed in 2018. And from 2018, we had a lot of work to be done. We started with Accelerate, and Accelerate did kind of take care of many of the buildings that we're discussing now. As it relates to general services versus
Wait, I'm sorry, I have to stop you there. It was complete. What happened to the reports that were being worked on at the beginning of the Young administration that were reported to this body that were quote due, and then prior with Strickland that were going to become due to the body? I mean, I promise you, we can go pull the. Thank you. I can go pull the tape if we need to, but there were reports, or rather, the body was told that there were. Tell me about it. Yeah, okay, good. I'm gonna make sure I'm not crazy here.
He's talking about, you remember when we were talking about the different buildings?
Yeah.
Somebody's doing an
That's what he's talking about. He's saying the last. Yeah, but what Chief Adams is saying is hold on, let me set the record straight here. What Chief Adams, I believe, is saying is the last report was actually completed in 2018, and I'm just trying to get to the bottom of what happened to the reports that were being worked on when we were speaking, or were we just going off of that report this whole time and the body misunderstood? Because I'm gonna have to go back and look.
No. So last comprehensive for every building, 2018.
Okay.
There was an update at the transition in which I provided the update with regard to facilities and vehicles.
Okay.
So in the meantime, we have replaced buildings as well. And so what Director Jameson is doing is he's working on an updated comprehensive report.
Perfect.
So what was provided at the transition was the update.
Perfect. Thank you. That's a great clarification.
Okay.
Got it. So that's important. Right. No, that is important though, because now it makes sense about why you're rolling you're on a decade roll basically, which is about your fleet cycle, right?
Yeah.
Building cycles are 27 and a half years.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
When do you anticipate having your report in a draft form that could be presented, or at least in a discussion format? When do you anticipate that?
So,
and I'm sorry, Chair.
Yeah, so the FCA is So there's a new module coming.
Okay.
So what this rebuilding has been is a complete module that we will be able to pull different style reports based on buildings, type of buildings, buildings in districts, buildings by divisions, everything.
Okay.
It gives us what we need to be able to define the needs for each building.
Hey, we feel the same way
that's-
here.
That's where we're headed with this. This is what's taking so long. We're now engaged with our vendor to put everything together, so we now can start to share that.
When do you feel like you'll have what does that timeline look like? Just so are we going to be able to build this into our coming annual budget, or are we thinking it's going to be past that?
No, sir.
Okay.
That is the plan.
Perfect.
Again, what we've been doing is we're working with external partners to update and estimate so that when General Services comes to you and they provide a deferred maintenance budget for, let's say, a replacement of a chiller, it's well-informed.
Yeah.
It's not old data, it's well-informed. So they do that on an annual basis, and we work down that list to get you that updated comprehensive list. We'll have that by before budget.
Okay, thank you very much. And I'm sorry, I'm going to put a pin in that because I want to be respectful of the matter at hand. I'm supportive of this. I hope it rolls into it. And then the last thing I would say is to Councilwoman Logan's kind of query of questions on the general library. One of the things that is just a general, this is, again, kind of a pin in it for later, is coming back. We've got to be more diligent on our side about kind of when these cover line items from both a data standpoint and a completion standpoint. I would like, and I'll look at the resolution, but I would like when you guys finish this up, I will be curious on some of the broader line items to get a report back on where and how they were spent and how you guys are seeing things like pricing, just a data-driven kind of answer on that. I'm not as concerned about this library, that library. I'm sure members can be, and that's totally fair, but I would like to understand kind of the broader market about how we're deploying our capital and how we're seeing it in the marketplace. With that, I will leave this alone because I've taken far too much time. Thank you for the leeway. I yield the floor.
So, council members, if I can update you on this, before it goes to full committee, we'll provide you a schedule so that you'll have an anticipated schedule of when items will be complete, and then of course we'll do after completion. We will provide you the breakdown of how it was spent and where it was spent.
Okay, thank you for that. Councilman Warren, you're next in the queue.
Thank you. Just a real quick question. I think with the library, the real big question most people have is what's going on with the escalators? Okay, and what's the plan for fixing the escalators? Because literally, that's a huge part of that library, and when that's not working, it makes everything look bad. So it's almost like, is this going to be our new, what's the thing that used to go to Mud Island? Tram. Yeah, the new tram. It's the escalator, the library tram is what I need to know.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So, no, it's not going to be the new tram. I can promise you that. So we are on track right now with the escalator completion project. Escalator replacement project.
We're going to have to replace the whole thing?
Yes, we will. We will.
Okay, and that's got to do with the technology, or that the things just wear out because we used it so much?
Yeah, it's just worn out, and it's time to change it over, and we are going with a completely more robust system.
I'm just saying, you go to the new airport, right? Half the time you're in our new airport, the rolling escalators that are flat, whatever you call those things, they're not working either. So I take it this technology just is not that good anyway. Is that the story?
I can't say that.
Yeah.
So what I understand about it is it will be able to take care of the needs that we have for the library. And
that's going to be when?
July of 26.
So this coming summer,
yes,
we're going to see an escalator there.
We will.
So I'm going to come to you in September next year, and you're going to say, "See, Dr. Warren, I told you so."
Yeah.
All right, good.
There we
Thank
go.
you.
Okay, Councilwoman Logan, quickly.
About the escalators.
Yes, ma'am.
Did we determine that replacing the escalators would be better than putting stairs there and having a more robust elevator system? Because now you got two electronic mechanical things, whereas if you had a really good, fast two elevators, that could hold a number of people, and then some stairs.
Yes, ma'am. So the elevators will be upgraded and modernized during this process as well. The elevator track to be completed will be October of 26. but they will be upgraded in this process. So we're going to have 2 new elevators and 2 new escalators.
Okay, thank you for that. And I have the final question. So with these self-check kiosks, will this have a negative impact on staffing needs?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. This is an enhancement to service, and in addition to being able to check out, I think most customers that come in want a self-service option, as with the grocery store or anywhere else you go these days. And so it just gives customers another additional option. But we have many locations where we don't have a lot of staff in the building, and we need those staff to help people use the technology that we're getting.
Okay, thank you for that. So since we don't have an actual resolution today, I'm going to hold this item for 2 weeks until November 4th, and I'm requesting same night minutes as well.
I'll second that.
Okay, we're coming back in 2 weeks, is what you're saying?
Yes, in 2 weeks.
So you guys can have the document, there's no resolution. And when you come back, can you bring information on the cost difference in having stairs in those robust elevators as opposed to replacing the escalators in those two? If you could bring that information back as well for us to consider.
Chairwoman.
Yes.
And I just wanted to, from our previous and prior experiences on building new libraries, South Wind is about to build a new library. And so what we don't want to see and what we don't want to repeat previous things that we know that has happened, like you just said, the escalators, the elevators, just to making sure that we learn from our experiences on previous mishaps and things that we don't want to keep wasting money, just a waste of money on things that we could really tackle up front and make sure that we have a good maintenance plan. Our vendors are aware exactly what we're looking for and what we want it to look like. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Thank you. Seeing there is no other business before this committee.
got the air too cold. We got council members on the cell phone. We got chiefs distracting the council members. I don't know what's happening today. All right. It is way too late. It's 11 a.m. and I call the Public Works, Solid Waste, and General Service Committee order, also known as the committee ran by Meredith Keaton. Ms. Keaton, you know what to do.
Councilwoman Green. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Councilman Warren. Councilwoman White. Councilwoman Logan. Councilman Carlisle. Chair Smiley.
Thank you so much. I am so happy to be here today. We have 5 items on the agenda for today. Item number 1, a resolution to transfer and appropriate construction funds in the amount of $966,680 from Drainage ST Coverline Project number ST03205 to Central Station Piping, project number ST03243 for the slip lining of pipes near Central Station Railroad Station to reinforce existing failing infrastructure, District 6, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. Can I get a motion in a second?
Move it.
Moved by Jerry Green and seconded by none other than JSW. Director Morgan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Brevity.
Yes, sir.
Because we got to make up for time for the people talking too long. Go ahead.
Scott Morgan, Public Works Director. Resolution using stormwater funds to do trenchless rehabilitation on the stormwater infrastructure about 475 feet from Main Street to Front Street under Central Station.
All right, any questions? Good job, Morgan. I like you. All right, all those in favor? Any opposed? It's a P in the chair. The ayes have it. Item number 2, a resolution amending FY26 CIP project by accepting additional federal grant funding in the amount of $1,024,290.97 from the Tennessee Department of Transportation, TDOT, for construction of CMAQ, new traffic signal project EN01094, District 1, District 2, Super District 9, sponsored by the administration. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Jeff Warren, seconded by Councilwoman Logan. Floor is yours. Director McLean.
Manny Belen, Division of Engineering. So the request in front of you is to accept additional grant money from the state to install new traffic signals at 2 locations. One is at Pleasant View and Bartlett Road, and the other is at Walnut Grove and Timber Creek. So with that, we're presenting that. And we're also asking for same night minutes on
All right,
this.
it's a request for same night minutes. Don't see it listed, but it's a request for same night. Doesn't see that anyone has any opposition. All those in favor of accepting money? Any opposed to accepting money? All right, I'm paying attention today. It's the P in the chair. The ayes have it. Item number 3, a report on the depth. Not sure if I'm gonna do it right now.
The rest are updates.
No, we do the report. Okay, yeah. A report on debt obligation for the 2025 solid waste lease in the amount of $5,059,827 for the acquisition of various solid waste vehicles and equipment. All council is sponsored by the administration. Go ahead.
Andre Walker, Deputy CFO. So this report provides the final terms for the financial lease that was approved by City Council September the 9th. The amount of this document was given to you guys. The amount of the lease is $5,059,000 and change. The lease has a true interest cost of 3.71%. The terms of the lease were negotiated with JP Morgan Chase Bank. We closed the transaction September 25th. The lease has a term of 5 years. And the final maturity is September 25th, 2030. Going to the second page of the document, no other costs were associated with the acquisition of the lease. And if you look at the final page of the document, you'll see the debt service on the lease. That concludes my report.
Any questions from the members of this body? All right, peers, all hearts and minds clear. All those in favor? Whoop, nothing to vote on.
Yep.
Any questions? All right, thank you. Since there is nobody from the attorney's office, I just want you to know, whenever no one shows up, I'm going to actually come talk to us. We're going to go to the next one, and then we come back to 4. Item number 5, discussion regarding update on the XI Road Expansion Project. All council is requested by Cooper Sutton. No one here for the law update. Chief Adams is going to give us a presentation or something. No one comes from Chief Gibson's office. So, Is anyone here to discuss the road expansion project? Doesn't appear that anyone's here to, okay, look, all right. No one's here from 4, no one's here for 5. No worries about it. So here's my issue. All right, we have 5 items on the agenda. One is from the city. I think both of them should be from the city, but no one's here to talk about either. Yep. So we're just gonna move 4 and 5 to the executive. Chairman Canali, sorry, but people not doing their jobs today. All right. With that, this committee is adjourned.
Here we go. Good morning. It is October 21st, all day today. It is 11:14 a.m., and I hereby call to order the Budget Committee of the Memphis City Council. Ms. Mauricio, would you please call the roll?
Councilwoman Walker. Present. Councilwoman White. Present. Councilman Dr. Warren. Present. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Present. Chair Carlisle.
Present. Chair observes a quorum. Colleagues, we have 4 items today on our agenda. We have 1 voting item coming up at the end, and we've got 3 updates and discussion items coming forward, beginning first with a discussion regarding the resolution to establish for fiscal year 2026 quarterly financial status updates, or reports rather, all council districts sponsored really by the committee. This was just an opportunity if anybody wanted to offer additional comments. And again, if people still would like more time, I don't want to say I'm quote indifferent, but I don't want to rush anybody. It's important. So, all right, just move us along then. Perfect. And again, we'll have it on the floor this evening, should any epiphanies come your way. Item number 2, a report on the city's fiscal year 2025 property tax increase, including an update on how much has been collected and allocated. All council districts, requested by Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Do we have someone from the administration?
Yes, Budget Chairman. Walter Person, CFO, 125 North Main.
We'll call it on the record for now. Councilwoman, would you like the floor, or would you like me just to have the presentation begin? Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, I agree so.
Okay. Thank you. As I come before you, I can speak to the amount of money that was collected for FY25 thus far related to the tax increase, and I will also be able to illuminate the amount of actual dollar value we received in terms of the tax increase. So I will break these down by the 3 funds that received the funding. For the general fund, which receives by the lion's share of the increase, we received $328,942,782 in revenues.
One of us, excuse me, Chief, do we have a copy
no,
of this in
ma'am,
front
I
of
do
us?
have some paper copies.
Yes, that would be perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Deja.
Hopefully I'll have enough. Let me see. Okay, so I started with the general fund, so the number I was reciting to you came from the second line where it says FY 2025 revenue. So $328,942,782 generated for the general fund. And if you look at the top, you will see the tax levy for that period, which was 2.339628, which was the amount of millage, the millage rate essentially, that generated that amount. And then the debt service fund received $118,388,203 with a millage rate of 0.847485. And finally, the CIP fund received $1,148,336 for a total of $448,479. Well, $479,321 is the total revenue. Against last year, the total was $378,910,268. So the increase as a result of the tax increase, which was really on target with our expectations, was $69,569. Well, $569,053. Yes.
Excuse me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was looking down at my calculator. Councilman, Dr. Warren, let me defer just to if I may, just to the person,
Mr. Chair,
to the
I
councilwoman.
think that's your prerogative.
Yes, sir. If I may, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton had her hand up. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, the floor is yours, and then to Dr. Warren. Thank you for your
Okay, thank
patience.
you. Now, you've explained all this and you've called all these numbers, which was great. I understand that, but could you just kind of break it down in layman terms so the layman out there can understand what has happened and what has transpired, Chief? Thank you.
Absolutely, I'll do my best. So, last year, this body approved a tax increase, and that tax increase was based on the millage rate. Now, our prior millage rate, which is 2.70164. So that means $2.70 roughly based on per $1,000 of value for properties in Shelby County. Of course, it has various, I would say, basically estimates based on whether you are commercial or residential. For commercial properties, it's assessed at 40%. For residential, it's assessed at 25%. But the combination of all of those factors generate the amount of money that you receive in terms of revenue from property taxes. So we raised it from that millage rate of 2.70 or $2.70 essentially to $3.19, almost $3.20 during the last year's budget cycle. So with that increase, again, in the millage rate, it generated an amount of money, $448,479,321. And so that increase was required to make sure that we were able to cover many of the budget shortfalls that we saw last year and that this body approved so that we could be fiscally sound this year. Is that good? Okay.
So did we reach the goal that in anticipation that we were trying to do? Are we there? Did we do what we were trying to do?
Yes, ma'am. As we speak now, we're expecting to end this year. I think we're still kind of combing through as we finish our annual comprehensive financial report, which is due on December 31st, but we are actively working through that. But the latest set of numbers that I've seen puts us right at about now 1.5 million in contribution to fund balance. So that's razor thin margins, but at least it's positive.
Thank you.
Dr. Warren?
I think your last comment was what I was trying to get. I remember we were looking at this and we were trying to think, what are we going to do this fall as far as, salaries and things like that, where we'd held it flat? Are we going to have any leeway to make some things up here? And what I'm hearing you say is we're going to have 1.5 million. We budgeted exactly like we were expecting. We did not see the revenue increase that we were hoping we would see. Is that correct?
Well, we saw some revenue increase, but the fact is we saw expenses increase more. We had several expense shocks that came at the end of the year.
Such as?
Well, we had the police budget issue. I think they needed $1 million additional dollars. Fire was kind enough at that time to provide, I think, police and general services with additional money so that they could not be in the hole. We were also able to cover a lot of expenses based on our hiring freezes. We did a lot of expense curtailment. We worked closely with divisions like general services and other capital intensive divisions to restrict expenses, to monitor expenses. So it was a cumulative effort to bring all that down. But one of the things I will say, year in and year out, we tend to estimate low on our expense.
Okay, so essentially you're saying with this tax raise, with us like really watching our budget really carefully, we didn't get any surplus at all. And going into next year, if expenses keep going up, the tax raise that we gave this year, it's not going to cover our expenses next year because everything's still going up. Am I hearing that correct?
Well, sir, I will say
Correctly?
this. I think that's why y'all keep me around. You have to monitor it very closely. I mean, it's a day in, day out thing. We put the budget tracker out there. I watch the budget tracker every day. Hopefully some of you do. I'm watching expenses like a hawk. As far as operations,
We're still maintaining the hiring freeze. There's a lot of pushback against it, but I think it's a worthwhile endeavor. We're also monitoring expenses on the M&S side to make sure that we don't get too far out of hand.
Where's our hiring freeze?
Our hiring freeze, essentially
Which
she's
departments?
sitting behind me, as well as the HR head,
Every department, including police,
except for public safety.
except for public safety. So we're hiring, okay, so that means everybody that we've got is having to do more work because they're doing work for people that normally would have been doing that work. Is that correct?
Well, I'd
How's
say,
that helping morale?
is morale great? I don't think morale is bad. I don't think morale is just great. I mean, right now, there's a lot of stresses throughout the city. I mean, for a variety of issues. I mean,
Really?
some internal to the city and some external to the
I
city.
didn't really notice.
So, with that being said, I would say that in general, I haven't detected any real major downturn in morale. I mean, people are tired, they're working hard, but it's about the same as it's been.
And what percentage of people do you think we still need to hire at this point? I mean, if we didn't have a hiring freeze, we would have a 2%, need or 5% need. How many people have not been hired that would have normally been working for us, percentage-wise?
Well, I mean, we really take it on a case-by-case basis every week, but I would say the vast majority of people we do bring on board, but we ask that they provide a compelling need. So not that compelling needs weren't brought forth before, but we're trying to eliminate the opportunity.
We've got a
for-
hiring freeze, but it's not a hiring freeze that it's not 100% because if we need somebody for a service, we're bringing them on board.
Yes, sir. I mean, it's
Okay,
service first.
that's different.
This
Okay.
administration is service first. I mean, the mayor says an area, yes. We are trying to meet the needs of the citizenry. But if somebody's saying, hey, I'd like to have an assistant for my assistant, we may take somewhat of a jaundiced eye toward that type of thing. But, if somebody's coming with a compelling need for a particular service, we're providing that service.
Okay, so I think when we said hiring freeze, I think what we're saying is we're limiting our hiring as much. We're not really freezing it. Is that
Well,
correct?
thank you.
Okay, thank you,
Yes, sir.
Mr.
Thank
Chair.
you.
Anybody else? So I guess I'll step back. This is the first time I've had a chance to peek at this. And I'm really thankful for being on the agenda. I don't want to run us down a rabbit hole because we've got other items, but I want to put it out there so that it's marinated on. But what I'm looking at is an organic growth rate typically for a city of 2 to 3%, which means if we didn't raise taxes, we should have been at about 390 million in revenues on 3% growth. We raised taxes 49 cents as a body, and that generated roughly the $70 million. If you net out the 3% growth, we raised taxes almost 50 cents and you only got 58 million of value for it. And I think that is the crushing side of the coin that we're not talking about. And I hear Councilman Warren, and in tough times when sales are lean, so to speak, you have to manage, everybody goes to their expenses. Don't lose sight on what we have to really do here, which is grow. We make significant investments in and around this city in economic development and just in services that are not only here to keep people here, but to recruit people here. So I think what I'd like to do is come back. I need time to think on it, and I want everybody, like I said, I want everybody to think on it. But I think the big question is one, I'd like to have a deep dive on are we growing from a revenue side, and where are the opportunities? We've got to run almost like freshman year SWOT analysis. We can't just say we're going to manage expenses. We can't just say we're going to keep making investments. We do have a data team. We do have an innovate team. We have FedEx. We have all these players. What I'm seeing at a very high level on a very first blush is concerning. And we cannot cut our way to prosperity. We also can't go on a spending spree because we just don't have the ability. So, and I don't say that I'm not trying to be a myopic about the situation. It's just, these are the things that this is my reaction to kind of seeing this for the first time. I appreciate your comments and what you're saying. So I'm going to leave it at that. I'm going to put a pin in that. It's my saying for the day. Put a pin in it. Because I want to keep us moving forward. But I'd like to circle back when everybody's had some time to think on it. And I'm going to get with Ms. Mauricio and see what tangibly we can kind of maybe put together with everyone that we can get some data, we can start seeing like what we're doing here on the growth side of things. Well, obviously, we've seen the population counts, but we need to see what that really is meaning. Like, where are we on tourism? I see the Memphis tourism talk about every year their economic impact. Well, if that's the case, and I'm just using them as an example. Let me be clear. I'm not going after Memphis tourism. They're down here. It's a good example. You read the economic impact, and it's like, okay, I hear you. We're growing. Why don't I see it reflected here?
Why we see it?
So at some point, we've got to step back because we're always putting out a fire here. But we've got to step back, I think, and try to get a handle on like a little bit longer term vision. So anyway, I'll get off my soapbox. I apologize, but that's kind of my first reaction. Are there any other members that have questions or comments?
I just want to close, Chairman,
Yes,
and
ma'am.
that's why I brought this forth. I really wanted to see what the numbers are, where we look like, and what did our growth spurt looks like. We can come here all day and sit here and say this, this, and this, but what is our revenue, economic? What do we really look like, and what have we in innovation and I mean, just what have we put together to move this city to the next level as far as financial? We have major players here. And so we should be looking different. When I go back and look at 1970, and I wasn't born, right? I was a little girl, very little girl. And when I look at the numbers then here in Memphis and now in 2025, there's hardly any difference as far as the poverty level. Someone just sent me the University of Memphis poverty level. And we are going to have to do things a little bit different. And Chairman, thank you for allowing me to put this here and to get a reality check, because this is a reality check on what we need to do and how we want our city to look in the next 10, 15 years.
What a wonderful segue to item 3.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. On that note, item number 3, an update on ordinance number 5953 and the management of XAI ROI funds earmarked for increased investment of surrounding neighborhoods, all council districts, requested by Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. I'll take it that it's pretty straightforward.
It's very straightforward.
Yes, ma'am.
We can move forward, sir.
Chief Adams.
Okay, thank you. And I don't know if Chief Adams has anything to say relative to this, but we are in the process, and we have obtained agreement from the mayor. We will be setting up a special revenue fund for those monies. We were able to get all of the taxes that XAI owed in-house before the tax deadline. So I would say based on the 25% allocation that is specified in Ordinance 5953, the amount of monies that would be flowing into this fund initially would be roughly $3.25 million, or roughly $3,250,000. A little bit more, but that's a good target for you to look at. In terms of how the allocations will work, the mayor's team is working diligently. I think the chief of staff and the deputy chief of staff are championing the effort to collect survey feedback. My understanding is it's from the affected area, and they will be allocating the monies based on that survey feedback. So I will, I don't know if Chief Adams has a perspective on the actual survey data, but I do know that much relative to this process.
I don't have any additional information to provide. I was just going to add with regard to there is survey information, and then of course the mayor has made it a specific point to go out into these communities, and specifically this community, initially to solicit input from a lot of the citizens. So we hope to get that information, and then we will provide that plan of action for you all.
Okay. And I also, in this body, we agreed to add to the ordinance a governing body outside that some of the council members in those districts will be sitting on there after we vote and see what's going on. But we just want to make sure that these funds that was allocated to 38109 is used for the purpose of what the people need and to see a difference. So thank you. Chairman, I yield.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to know the amount reflective of the 1% of the 25% that's going toward environmental education, per my friendly amendment?
Okay, let me do that calculation real quick, and I'll get back to you. I think I know, but I want to make sure.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and I wanted to say, I think on that 1%, I don't know exactly where that was going to be pulled from. Was it going to be pulled from their 25% or the 75%? So we need to talk about that. I did talk to the administration a while back about that. That was one of the questions that the community had about that 1% coming from their 25%.
It's my understanding that the 1% is coming from the 25%, and the breakdown is in the resolution, the amended.
Okay, so we'll review it. I'll review it again, and we'll go from there. Thank you, Councilwoman.
All right, that'll be 32,500.
All right, thank you. Thank you
Yes,
both.
ma'am.
Mr. Chair, I yield the floor.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. 32.5.
32,500.
And I've also, it's funny, when you said that, both of you, I've got to reread that document because I can't remember if it's set up. That's why I was looking back, Super Honor Brooke. I can't remember if we set up the fund in it or we authorized the fund to be set up and then to be dictated. I will also remind this body that while that fund has not been set up, if the ordinance doesn't do it, I believe I'm 95% right here, but no money can go out of that fund without our say-so. But what I do appreciate the administration is doing is much like we did for a program like Accelerate, is trying to set up more of a guiding big buckets, and then that way there's some dependency. I mean, for instance, I see very clear from HCD days, like you could take $3 million and put it in a sinking fund and go borrow $30 million against it, go build on. There are just multiple things that they can do. So I look forward to it. What I would ask though, get your pen ready. I would like the deputy chief of staff or whomever, who's going to be the responsible party to communicate this back to me on this item, because we got a survey working. I need to know. We want to know when that is anticipated to be completed. We then want to know how much time the administration is going to need to internally discuss, to be fair, and then we'd like to know when we're going to know. And I would suggest, and I appreciate the administration taking the initiative, but I would not go out into a bunch of single member districts or super districts, although my member from 6 puts me down sometimes as a super rep. But I would not go into single member district reps and do surveys. Nick Walker took a comprehensive parks plan and it included members, and I think it went fairly well. I would defer to members that I participated in Councilman Ford's district and out at in our district, Jeff in 5, or actually in 2, excuse me, I'm sorry, last term. And long story short, I'm just saying I would be very thoughtful about including reps in those meetings so that they can hear and see for themselves. And I'm sure that a lot of it's online for cost reasons. But I think, it's been my experience, and I don't want to step out of my lane here, but getting on the ground is very helpful in those districts in particular. I will say that I'm very excited about this opportunity for a wide variety of reasons. Putting on my nerd hat, this is possibly one of the biggest opportunities to study data in a real way with real opportunity. We can't screw this up. So, and we are behind you. So the biggest thing, let me just go back and we'll move on. I'm sorry. I want to make sure that this body understands when when these things are due. These cannot hang out there. And especially because we, like you, I believe, probably want to understand how this is going to fold into this year's budget and going forward, because you are having a rolling special revenue fund and how it marries up with how you apply for block grants, whatever. I don't want to take too much time, but Ms. Mauricio, because I'm asking for it, we will follow up and get that information out to the body. On these deadlines, because these things we've got to start bringing them to a close. Councilwoman Green, yes, ma'am.
Just while we were on this topic, and as you say, as we're preparing for the next year and the next budget, which we should be doing now, do we have a timeline of the second XAI facility is going to be online in time for us to collect revenue for the next budget?
I'll follow up on that. I was going to respond to yours, Chairman. I'll work with Chief Zena.
Yeah.
And he and I will collect that information. So we'll be we'll be responsible for delivering it to you all, along with the plan of action, dates, et cetera, along with the chief of staff. I'll get that information about the second facility as well.
I'm sorry, just gonna add it to the agenda to make sure that that it comes back.
I just want to, can I put a period on my full question, which is if it'll be online and what the expected revenue is. So I know what we have, gotten from this first one. I don't know if we're going to see a similar, more, less, but we can't budget if we don't know when it's coming and how much we expect. So we started sort of behind the 8 ball last year in the budget process because we didn't factor in the XAI money. And I know we're seeing that we are actually over what we were expecting in our general fund at this point. So that's giving us some more wiggle room. All of that being said, I would like as accurate a number as we can get. I understand it is all projections. That's what budgets are, right? We had this discussion last year. But if we believe it'll be online for us to receive the revenue, and I think and I hope now we all believe that XAI is going to pay their tax bill because they have paid this one. So we don't have to have that conversation again. But if it's going to be online and how much we expect from revenue. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Green. Councilman Ford Sr. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilman Ford, if I may, and I apologize to everybody. Excuse me. Let me recognize Councilman Ford Sr., Councilman Logan, Councilman Spinoza, and Councilwoman Green is present. Councilman Ford, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Chair. You made me forget what I wanted to say, and I was going to be very brief. I'm so sorry. But I know what I wanted to say, and I'm going to be very brief. Yes, sir. Suppose this did not happen. Put that on your mind. I'm through.
Yes, sir. All right. Everybody else? Thank you for bringing this forward. My staff will follow up to ensure that Councilwoman Green does a very good, very, very adept question. And then we also follow up with Chief Adams and the comms team. Let me just ask, since I've got a majority of the body here, I'm assuming for reps that you would like to be included, or if there is any on-the-ground communication regarding this initiative or these surveys about spending that you would like to be included in those. I would think so. I mean, I just want to. Okay, so if we could just add that when you go meet with them, and then we'll get everybody lined up. I would, again, I don't want to add unnecessary work, but I would feel like an on the ground and back to and also with, and I'm glad I looked back down. Also, we've got to get the advisory board set up and involved and engaged in that as well. All right.
Chairman,
yes, ma'am.
I've gotten some of the I've been working with the administration. I met because I wanted to see what the surveys look like and
yes,
what
ma'am.
they're asked. And so they are sending those. I have some of them I've been communicating. So I want you to know I've just kind of covered that and we'll send out. But at least you'll know, Chief, that the entire body is requesting it. Thank you, Chairman.
Yes, ma'am. Appreciate everyone. All right, this brings us to our last item. A resolution to amend the application period for the Memphis City Council Community Grant Program for fiscal year 2026, all council districts, sponsored by Councilwoman Walker. I'm going to ask for same night minutes on this. Should it be approved based on the urgency in which it's going to need to go? Is there any objection to that?
No.
Awesome. Can I have a motion and a second to move this to the floor? Moved by Councilman Ford, seconded by, I'm sorry, I missed that on the right. Was that Cooper Sutton? Yes. Thank you. Councilwoman Walker, the floor is yours, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This resolution proposes that we allow a short-term extension for the FY26 Memphis City Council Community Grant Program. Several organizations attended the required workshop but faced challenges submitting before the original deadline. This amendment would open the application window on October 22nd and close it on October 24th at 11:59 a.m. All program rules, eligibility requirements, and finance division guidelines would still apply. It also sets the allocation dates for December 2nd and December 16th to help keep the process on track and consistent. I move for approval.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Colleagues, are there any questions or comments on this item for the sponsor? I have, yep, did I see one down there? I'm sorry. Council, was that Vice Chair?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am, the floor is yours.
We can't keep opening and closing and opening and closing and opening and closing. After a point, it makes us look so unprofessional. These people know when the deadline is. We've had all kinds of reminders. We sent out notices. We put it on the website. Valda has even extended it, had additional classes. And at some point, the cutoff is just going to have to be the cutoff. At this point, people are getting their money in December. They're going to have to reapply in May. We're already off schedule. So at some point, we're going to have to say, I'm so sorry, but just go ahead and apply again for the next period. When does it stop? And then we have to think about the hardship that we're placing on the finance team, because they have to go through all of those documents. They have to check all that paperwork. They have to send it off to the IRS to make sure that that paperwork is in order, and then be able to give those disbursements. It just gets chaotic. So we're just going to have to consider the hardship that it places on the finance team. We want to be, merciful, but at some point, business is business.
Yes, ma'am. Fair comments. I would offer this then. This is on the fly. This is what I would offer. Did we allocate $3.25 million this year in the total program?
I want to say, wasn't it 2.4?
2.4?
No, 2.6.
2.6. Thank you.
200,000 per council member.
Sorry.
So
So this is what I'll say. I'll move. So this is in order to try, because this was a little bit of a concern, but this is what I'll do. Typically, everyone, it's 13 members. Typically, it's about an individual and then a group vote. What I'm happy to do, because I agree, we've got, especially with the federal issues that are going on, I've got to let me get, and if this is amenable, let me figure out how to get it incorporated in the document. But I'm happy to amend the grant program to remove $200,000, which would have been, quote, my allocation, and hold it back for these grantees that are, and I don't know the total number of organizations and their ask and all that, so I can't quantify it for you on the fly. But thank God I've got between now and tonight. But I'll hold back that $200,000. We can amend it to move forward with accept the other applicants, and we'll call this a one-time ancillary grant pool for screw-ups, so to speak. And I'm sorry to use flippant language, but you make very valid points. It's been a funky year, and with the federal stress, it's hard to make big moves like that. So what I would be offering, I think, would probably get everybody to where they need to go. I just don't know, because I don't have the quantity of organizations and what their ask would be, but I would offer that up as a potential solution. Dr. Warren, you have yes, sir.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that, I agree with Councilman Swearington Washington that we can't keep doing this, but I'm looking, this is a 2-day extension, and in my mind, that's minimal. And if we say we're going to listen to Swearington Washington, this is it, and we do the 2-day extension because that's what's been asked for, I think that'll be a lot easier than you saving $200,000 and doing all this.
I understand.
I hear both my colleagues. I think they're both right. Let's move forward and just don't do it again. That'd be my suggestion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
I say we do the 2 days. I'll go ahead and go with it. But when people come begging y'all again, y'all got to say no.
I agree.
Thank you, Vice Chairman. I agree. I typically, as you know, stick to the rules on this program, which is why I defer to the body, but wanted to offer some solution up, some issue. But with that being said, it sounds like there's an accord, so we'll take it to a vote. Councilman Ford, yes, sir.
Are you still trying to do the same 9 minutes? Since you said you were going to try to
I've got
hold your 200.
Well, no, they've withdrawn that. They're going to move forward as it's written.
Right.
Yes, sir.
So you're taking your 200 back?
It's the people's 200.
Well, no.
Well, I'll tell you what we.
I'll tell you a reason for that.
Well, I'll tell you what we were looking at doing since we're talking about the budget program. But I need to get us out of here.
No, but I got a reason.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
In the past, what you're trying to do, 200,000 for people that really kind of need it, because we don't know where we're going to be tomorrow. Okay, I agree with that 100%. I need to kind of see my folks because I may want to give 100. Some of these others may. Whereas in the past, we've had people that have done great work that say, I need this. And we did have a little money that we could help them. And they take care of more people than these big organizations take care of. And they need it worse, okay? Because this is the time we got to start helping people. Because like I said, we don't know what tomorrow may be. You got MIFA, hell, they're running out of everything because they're not getting funding. You got people, hey, y'all's president, the ones that voted for him, he want to send so-called $20 billion somewhere. Now he's wanting to send $40 billion somewhere, but you want to starve the United States. That's why I said we don't know. And if y'all walk out the door, walk down Front Street, walk downtown, you see all who he got here right now with us, okay? It's about him, everything else. Just like what he did with New York. If y'all saw what he put out there, hell, I'm not afraid of him, but he must go. Well, people here, we can survive. He doesn't care about us. And let me give you a good typical example. If you're 0 to 5 years old, die. That's how he feels. Now, I want y'all to understand this very clearly. If you're 60 or over, you need to die. Why? I don't have to give you this benefit, Social Security. I don't have to do this, that, and the other, and all the rest of the stuff. That's his issue. You have served time, and the ones that's the babies, oh, they're irrelevant right now, okay? But anybody over 60 years old, that money I can send over there to, where is that, Argentina? And starve us over here. But think about it. Look at it. That's the key. Vietnam War. And then I'm gonna be quiet. They don't know what the hell we fighting for. You got a war going on, and then today you say, hey, ceasefire, we're not gonna fight today. Everybody stop. You got a war going on. We'll go back 2 days later. Then they start. Then a month later, they say, oh, here, we're not gonna fight today. But I need to kill at least 1 million people. And you know, they had that draft during that time. Hey, yeah, if you were flunking out of school, you had to go, huh, here's a gun.
Yes,
and
sir.
If you go and you come back, it's okay. But if you go and get shipped back, that's okay too. But I got to do this. Okay? But I just want to put that thought in people's minds. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Is what's going on. That's why, hey, everything that we do nowadays, you really have to look day by day because we don't know what tomorrow will bring to us.
Yes, sir.
And we're doing good right now. And we want to keep on doing it.
Yes, sir. You gave me an interesting thought too.
I'm
I'm
through, but I'm old, and see, I'm one of the ones in the group that I need to go.
Oh.
But you know, it don't make no difference about Social Security, all the rest of me. I take care of my own, okay? But everybody else depends on that, okay? I don't have to depend on that, but there's so many out there, and so many that look like, well, I ain't gonna say look like me, because, hey, I look halfway white.
Thank you, Councilman Ford. If you, yes, sir.
But I'm serious
Yes, sir.
today.
I know you are, and
I'm very serious because you know what? I see it every day in my type business, and he gone. No, he over there. Hey, and I type. We see this every day. A lot of people don't see what we see every day, but we see it every day. What's up? You know, that's just like I got my mask on. I wear it. You know, I have about 12 bodies, 5 of them are COVID. They don't want you to know, okay? I don't want nobody to give me COVID. You know why? Because I'm already sick and I sure don't want to die right now. I want to be able to see that man up there in Washington, D.C. out of the office, okay? Yeah. But everybody got to look at that. You think, places that you go, all this other. You know, I'm in the business to bury people. Go on and die. Call me. I called Canally over here. He said his business slow this week, so Chuck, call him. He ready to pick you up. Y'all think about what I'm saying now, because I'm very serious today. You know, if you want to keep on living and trying to make it in this life, okay? All I want y'all to do is just think.
Thank you, Councilman. Colleagues, I appreciate your input today. We'll follow up on those items. Councilwoman Green did make a point. We began meeting a couple weeks ago internally on the council team to start talking about the budget process. I will take this opportunity since we've got about 5 minutes later, but if you will start thinking, I'm sure you are throughout the year, and getting with your analysts and start logging down the things that are coming up, we are trying to formulate in any input from last year, things that and please don't feel obligated, but should you have any input from last year's process, good, bad, or indifferent, please send me an email or send Regala and I an email of just about getting there. And I'm not, look, I'm not saying I'll be in that seat, but it's my responsibility to set the process up for the person that's there, no matter what, whoever's appointed that seat. So please, I would love the input. It's super helpful. We want the process to be helpful. And then as far as the administration, we're going to come to you guys probably earlier than we did, but mainly, this will be like we started last year, just an informal discussion about like how to, we got to wrap now. So, and I know you guys are working on it too.
No, that's understood.
So, and I thank the councilwoman for making that point. No, oh, yes, we do. Sorry. Thank you, Councilman Dr. Jeff Warren.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. All those in favor of sending the resolution to amend the application period for the Memphis City Council Community Grant Program for fiscal year 26 with same night minutes, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those, or any of those opposed, same rights and privileges. Seeing none, this item passes. With that, Gaff, we are out of here. We are adjourned.
Thank you.
sponsored by Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas. Can I get a motion and a second? All right, it's been moved by Councilman Easter Thomas, second by Councilman Dr. Warren. Dr. Easter Thomas, you're recognized at this time.
Thank you, Chair. Colleagues, I just ask for your support as we go to affix an honorary street for Pastor Elmer Shelton Jr. In the Uptown North Memphis neighborhood. This is, I guess it ain't too much of a secret because it's on YouTube right now. But this is a sort of surprise for him. And his retirement will be coming soon. And so the church has thought about this for years. And so they finally made the decision as a church and a congregation to be able to request this for his honor. And all of the work and ministerial service that he's been putting in that area in the entire city of Memphis. So talking with Brooke earlier, she said that this could be added as same night minutes. Due to health concerns, he may not be able to come to council. And so we just want to be able to go ahead and get this done so that in December, engineering can be able to help them go through this process of street renaming.
All right, those who are in favor of having this to be passed as well as same night minutes, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Item number 2 is SUP 24-37. This is located at 2554 North Watkins Street, District 7, Super District 8. This item was held in the Planning and Zoning Committee meeting on October 7th per Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas's request. Can I get a motion and a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Councilwoman Jerry Green, seconded by Councilwoman Mrs. Rhonda Logan, who from the administration is here to speak about this item.
Alexis Longstreet with the Division of Planning and Development.
All right, if you'll give us your address for the record, please.
125 North Main Street.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Today I'll be doing a presentation on Special Use Permit 2024-037, which is a special use permit to allow used car sales. This property is located at 2554 North Watkins Street, Council District 7, Super District 8. As you all can see here, this is a location map as well as a vicinity map. 32 notices were mailed on October 22nd, 2024. No letters of opposition or support were received at that time. This property is zoned commercial mixed use 3 zoning and surrounded by like zoning district and uses. It does have a commercial land use map designation and as well as surrounded by industrial and other commercial land uses as well. Here are a few site photos from North Watkins. So you have looking northwest, looking southeast. Staff did recommend rejection on this case based on the original site plan. Land Use Control Board did approve this case. However, these were a few of the site plan notes. There is the structure itself that currently exists is about 12,285 square feet. This would be used for office space and restroom facilities to accommodate the car sales, as well as there are 3 curb cuts shown along North Watkins. 2 of those curb cuts have been closed as part of recommendations proposed by staff, and you all will see that on the next slide of the revised site plan as well. There will be 18 parking spaces provided, 3 designated for customer parking and 15 designated for the show of used car vehicles that would be for sale. And here is the noted change that was recommended by staff, which is to install the streetscape plate along North Watkins. And as you all can see, the most southern curb cut is still to remain open. Memphis 3.0 Comprehensive Planning did deem this proposal as consistent with the comprehensive plan, given that the future land use planning map has a low-intensity commercial service and the proposed use is deemed as low-intensity commercial use. And this sums up the conclusions, as I stated earlier, and as well as the ruling of Land Use Control Board, and that concludes my presentation.
Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas, I yield the floor to you.
Thank you, Chair. So with this particular request, if we're looking back, can you put the pictures on, I think the first set of pictures you had? Yeah. So this is in the opening, some of the first pieces that you see, depending on how you enter the Fraser neighborhood in District 7. The drive out, the spin outs is not a good look. However, it does speak to the fact that we are trying to clean this area up. It's in a lot of our neighborhoods. We're trying to decrease the blight. We're trying to move towards a more progressive look on how we're doing our economics in our neighborhood. And so I was able to call Mr. West yesterday to let him know that before I'm saying this on the record, so he knows where I stand. But I am not in support of this project because it's not taking Fraser or District 7 or Super District 8 where it needs to be. And I think it's prime opportunity. As you see, there are some boarded up places, there are some closed places. And instead of seeing that as a downtrodden area that probably wouldn't mind a car sale, I instead choose to look at that as opportunity where we can see more of what Fraser wants and advocates for. Fraser does have a plan they put together called Fraser 2020, and I'm sure 3.0 knows a lot about that, Mr. Ragsdale, but it just doesn't fit with the progression of the future of the community and the neighborhood. And then also it has DPD rejection, even though it has land use approval. So I will be voting no, as I am not in support of this for this particular area.
Well, you have my full support. I was just thinking, I know that our city deserves more than tire shops, used cars, and gas stations. Maybe we need to do some workshops about some other businesses that are available in our community. But with that being said, all those in favor say aye. All those opposed, nay. It is the opinion of the chair.
I had a question.
Okay.
Is it okay for me to ask you? Are there other things that you would be interested in doing with that based on what you heard Councilwoman say and what the needs are of the community? Do you have other businesses or thoughts on something else that you would like to put there?
Well, I'm representing the owner.
Oh, okay, well,
yeah.
okay, all right.
So I don't know what her other plans may be, but this is her initial plan.
Does she own the facility?
Yeah.
Okay, well, maybe she can have a talk with Councilwoman and see. Okay, thank you for that. All right.
All right. It is the opinion of the chair that the nays have it, so this item is not approved. Item number 3. Item number 3 is SUP 25-22, 1936 Elms Avenue, District 7, Super District 8. This item was also held in the Planning and Zoning Committee on October 7, 2025, per Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas's request. Can I get a motion and a second?
Move it. Second.
All right, it's been moved by Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, seconded by Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas. Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas, I yield the floor to see if you have any remarks before this presentation.
It will be the same after the presentation. Thank you, Chair. So I met with Ms. Dorothy last meeting, and we talked about her daycare plan, how she's moved to the area, and how she needs more capacity for children to be able to stay there in her care, in her home-based daycare. Talked about the map, talked about her process. One thing I'll bring up, sorry to share business, but I think it's a pretty great thing that you said, is that she has navigated this process thus far on her own. She shared with us that for even the notices for, what is that called? Even the notice for the
neighborhood meeting.
Thank you. I'm losing words today, Mr. Riggs said. Even the notice for the neighborhood meeting, she made those letters, licked those stamps, closed those envelopes all herself. And she's been on this process for a while and just showing her dedication to something that's helpful for our children, provided in their Fraser area. So with it being held that last time, she also shared that she needed this approved so that it could get state confirmation
right? And so I would ask that after the presentation, that this item be moved with same night minutes so that she can go ahead and get her approvals from the state before the end of the year, and she doesn't have any tiebacks. But I do appreciate you, Ms. Dorothy, being able to share your dream and plan with us. So
Thank you, Councilwoman Easter Thomas, for sharing that insight. We will go ahead and have the presentation. Please give us your name and address for the record, and you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Brett Ragsdale with the Division of Planning and Development, 125 North Main. And as Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas mentioned, we have been working closely with Ms. Bailey-O through the process, and she has navigated it herself, and we've been very impressed with her and very appreciative of her working directly with us as well. So, but this is a request for a daycare in District 7, Super District 8. To the left, you can see the map. It's just north of the 240 loop in the Fraser area. To the right, the vicinity map, there were 126 notices mailed out on August 20th, 2025. To the left is a site plan showing the house and the parking. To the right, you can actually see the photographs of the exterior of the home. And then here are some photos that the Ms. Bailey-O has shared with us as well, with the exterior and then some of the learning areas on the interior, infant room, library area. So she is already operating with 7 children, and this would allow her to go up to 12 children. Some additional photos of play area and school age. To the left is the zoning atlas, and so it is R6 zoning. To the right, you can see all the yellow is single family, so it's surrounded mostly by single family residential. I will note it is just almost 300 feet off of Overton Crossing, so it is close to a major road, which is one of the conditions that is required for a home-based daycare. So that it did receive a variance for that. It's supposed to be within 150 feet, but the Board of Adjustment did grant a variance for that because it is relatively close and there aren't any other residential structures between this home. So it did meet the criteria for that. Comp Planning did find it to be consistent with Memphis 3.0. So in conclusion, this is a request to go from 7 kids, which is allowed by right, to 12 kids, which requires the special use permit. We did recommend approval with conditions, as well as the Land Use Control Board. And here are the 4 conditions, which does not allow parking in the front yard, no signage. Any additional playground equipment or anything would have to come through site plan review. So if we needed to do additional screening or anything like that, that would be required. And then all fencing needs to meet the UDC standards. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Councilwoman Green, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say that I too will be supporting this variance. I am excited that you are helping with our child care desert that we face here in Memphis, which of course impacts many women in particular being able to return to work. And while I know the state doesn't want us to get involved in minority women business-owned things anymore, they can't control my vote. So I'm very excited to support this MWBE as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman Green. And I love the way your classrooms look. They're so child-friendly.
Purple is your
Very neat. I love it. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, you're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you. It's excited to hear that you have decided to further your dream to expand it for instead of 7 children, 12 children. And to piggyback off of what Councilwoman Swearingen Washington said, I was looking at your pictures in your classrooms, but what really got my attention was the library where the books were. You have a special room, I saw that there's a room where there are books, which is so important. And what you're doing and what you have decided to do is very, very important right now. You're engaging with our children and starting with them at a very early age. So introducing them to that playroom where those books are very, very, very important, that you get them to feel them and get interested in them. And I'm excited and to hear, because that's very important. We know what our children and what it looks like here, the retention at 3rd grade. and our children not reading, but you're going to play such a major role. And I'm saying this prophetically to you. You're going to play such a major role. Just having that room, allowing them to see the books, feel the books, you all reading the books to them, that's going to be very, very critical to our future. So thank you. Thank you, Chairwoman.
All right. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. All right. It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. And what's your last name? I'm going to put you a little basket together. I have plenty of school supplies in my house. And we're going to put you some goodies together. If you can come back, what we say, by Friday? Come back by Friday for the city council office, and we're going to have something for you. All right. Thank you. This item passes.
Same 9 minutes, right?
Yes, same 9 minutes. What's your last name? Miss Bailey-L? Bailey-L. Okay. All right. We'll have
And Madam
something.
Chair, just to clarify, we do need it as an add-on as well, so you got that.
Okay.
Great, thank you.
All right. Thank you. That's why we like Brett. He keeps us in order. Item number 4 is SUP 25-14, 1081 McClure Road, District 3, Super District 8. Can I get a motion and a second? It's been moved by Councilman Dr. Warren. It has been seconded by Councilwoman Pearl Walker, who from the Department of Planning and Development is here to speak on this item. If you'll please give us your name and address for the record, and you may proceed.
Travian Smith, 125 North Main Street. Thank you, everyone. Okay, so today we'll be presenting on SUP 2025-014. The applicant for this representative for this case is Todd Harris. And again, the location is located at 1081 McClure Road. And the request is to allow a child care center of 13 kids and up. So as you can see, based on the location map, this site is located in South Memphis and actually in the Whitehaven neighborhood. And just to give a little bit more background, it's actually across the street from Whitehaven High School. And on the right-hand side, you can see the vicinity map. And as you can see, 43 notices were mailed out. And we have not received any letter of opposition from the neighborhood, from the community. Here's a zoning map that gives you a little bit more context. And as you can see, it's located in an R10 residential district. And then on the right-hand side, the land use map basically demonstrates that it is in a residential neighborhood. And then again, as I said before, it is across the street from Whitehaven High School. SUP 2025-14. And then here's some site photos that give you better understanding background of the property. And as you can see, it does have an existing driveway, and it does appear as a single family home, although in the past it has been used as a daycare. Here's the site plan provided by the applicant. And as you can see, there are upgrades that are in plan for the property. And that includes the rear parking lot in the back that will give spaces for the parents and the workers. McClure Road.
It's on the side of the gym, Whitehaven High.
And Memphis 3.0 has basically found this consistent with their plans for the Memphis 3.0 comprehensive plan. And they are in agreement with the application. And in conclusions, this case has went through the Board of Adjustments because it is located more than 150 feet away from an intersecting arterial. And the intersecting arterial mentioned is Elvis Presley Boulevard.
But it was approved by the Board of Adjustments back in September and then approved again by the Land Use Control Board. DPD recommended approval with conditions, and as well as Land Use Control Board, who also approved it with conditions. Now, we did have conditions that involve updating the landscape of the site, which has been updated and has been shown on the site plan. And basically installing the screens in the background, which is also demonstrated on the site plan. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Councilwoman Walker, you're recognized at this time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am asking my colleagues that you all join me and support this. I know the applicant, he has been a stakeholder in the community for, I know, at least 20 years, and he has other properties that he has rehabbed. He has addressed blight in the area, and we really do appreciate him for that. This won't be his first child care center. He and his wife, they own some others, so they are very experienced in this area, and I know that they will do right by the property as well as being stewards, being good stewards. And in terms of the 12 children and the request for more, I know because of their experience, I know that they can accommodate this. And based on that experience, I've been to some of the other locations, and I just know that they will do a good job. Upon visiting two of their other locations, there was never anything that I noticed that was out of line. The staff was friendly, courteous, professional. The facilities are clean. The children are mannerable, and they appear to be happy. And I think they appear to be happy because they are happy. I know it was a concern about the location and the traffic, but I know the area, I know the street, and I think that everything's going to be just fine.
All right, with that being said, we'll take it to a vote. Oh, excuse me, Councilwoman Cooper said.
Yes, thank you. How many children? 13 plus? What ages?
Age 6 weeks to 12 years of age.
Oh, okay. You have a library? Reading?
Yes, ma'am.
Wonderful.
Let me give you some context.
Thank you.
Sir, can you give your name and that?
Okay. My name is Tadario Todd Harris. Those of you all know me on the professional side.
Okay.
Context. This is one of 8 centers that my wife and I own. This one is the smallest of the 8 that we own, and this is a pet project for myself. Our other centers are 80, 100 plus children. This is going to give me an opportunity to work in Whitehaven across from the high school to meet the need directly that was expressed to me by the council, the counselors there at Whitehaven High School with the number of children that are in school who have children. All right. So it's that this project in context does have library. I'm a partner with Books from Birth. I do partner with authors of childcare books, buy their books, put them in our library, etc. So this is definitely a hands-on, grassroots type of center that is, I want you all to understand this, we are the only African American led accredited childcare in the state. So I'm going from a larger scale down to a smaller scale so that I could do more impact and more penetration on the small, for those individuals who don't like their children to be in larger centers.
Well, thank you. And I was going to ask you that. You took the question right out of my little brain. How impactful and how intentional being by the high school with high school pregnancy would make it much easier to know that there's a daycare and those students are there going to school and they can put their child there knowing that they're safe. And it's not a long walk, not a long, so that was one of the questions. and you were intentional by doing that, and I just heard that. So thank you. I'm glad Councilwoman Walker knows you, but I just wanted to understand it just a little bit more. And then I was concerned about Elvis Presley. You know, that's a very high volume traffic area. But thank you, and you do have my support as well.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Thank you for sharing all of that insight. And we look forward to supporting your agency as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for all that you're doing.
Thank you.
All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 5 is SUP 25-28. This is at 3605 Lamar Avenue, District 3, Super District 8. Can I get a motion and a second? It's been moved by Councilman Dr. Warren. It has been seconded by Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, who from the Department of Planning and Development is here to speak on this item.
Travian Smith, located at 125 North Main Street. Okay, so today we'll be presenting on SUP 2025-028. And the applicant for this case is Benji Paulin Truss, alongside Bob Pitts, who is the applicant/representative of the Pickering firm. This item is located at 3605 Lamar Avenue, and the request is a special use permit to allow a contractor storage. Here's a location map that gives you a little bit more context of where it's located. And as you can see, it is located along Lamar Avenue. And then the vicinity map on the right-hand side basically demonstrates the context of the site. And 35 notices were mailed out, and we have not received any opposition. Here is a zoning map that gives you a little bit more context of the area. It is zoned in a residential single-family R6 district, although it is along a commercial corridor, as you can see. And here's a land use map that gives you more context about what's going on. Here's some site photos, give you a little bit more background of the site. And then here gives you another view of the site, the existing site from the rear. And then here's the site plan that was provided by the applicant. And as you can see in the red, these are the anticipated contractor storages on the lot. Memphis 3.0 has reviewed this, and they have found it consistent with the Memphis 3.0 plan. In conclusion, currently what exists on the lot are storage buildings along with a vehicle barn, and they want to replace that with 2 metal contractor storage buildings. And I want to correct myself, the site is actually zoned the CMU-3 zoning district. And that concludes this presentation. DPD recommended approval, and the Land Use Control Board also recommended approval. And again, that concludes the presentation.
Is the applicant here? Give us your name and address for the record.
Madison Murat, and it's 6363 Poplar Avenue, Suite 300.
What will you be storing at this facility?
This is going to be contractor storage, so construction vehicles, paving equipment, lifts, materials.
Councilwoman Walker, would you like to share something at this time?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can we hold this until I have an opportunity to meet with the applicant?
That's fine. This item will be held for 2 weeks, and that will give you an opportunity to meet with the district council person in this area, okay? All right, with that being said, that is the last item on the agenda. That concludes planning and zoning. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the October 21st meeting of the executive session. Ms. Hyman, would you please call the roll?
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Present.
Councilwoman Logan.
Present.
Councilman Warren. Councilwoman Green. And Councilman Spinoza. And Vice Chairwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present. I was wondering you were gonna call my
And Chairman Canale, I know.
Here, and please show Councilman Carlisle is present as well. The chair observes a quorum. Colleagues, we have one item on our agenda today, the discussion of the fiscal consent agenda, all council districts. Requested by myself. Anyone from the administration present speak on this? Chief Adams.
All right. Antonio Adams, Chief Operating Officer, City of Memphis. We have the Parks Director and Deputy Director here to speak on the items that will be going before the fiscal consent today. So I'm pretty sure they'll be brief, but they'll move forward. Yes,
Thank you, Chief.
All right.
All right. Floor is yours.
Okay, the first resolution accepting grant funds in the amount of $75,000 is from International Paper for the Let's Meet Rec programming at community centers. And currently we're operating at 13 locations. We're going to be adding a 14th in Whitehaven, and this is for all council districts. Next one, resolution accepting grant funds in the amount of $45,000. This is from the Tennessee Department of Disability Aging for senior programming at Ruth Tate Center, District 6 and Super District 8. Also, we have a resolution accepting grant funds in the amount of $15,000, also from TNDDA for senior programming at Hickory Hill. The next resolution is accepting grant funds in the amount of $28,000, also from Tennessee Department of Aging for senior programming at Orange Mounds Community Center. Also, we have resolution accepting grant funds in the amount of $40,000 from the Tennessee Department of Disability and Aging for Lucille McWhorter Senior Center. And last but not least, we have a resolution accepting grant funds in the amount of $35,000 from the Hyde Family Foundation for data collection software.
Councilwoman Logan, would you like to speak on any of these items?
I do. I just wanted to commend you all on one of that flight, what do you call it again? One of the programs, the young lady that works on the grants did an amazing job, and your staff did an amazing job putting all those things together. 3 or 4 different sites worked together on that one project. 3 or 4 different community centers worked together to put on an amazing event. It was very innovative, and I appreciate you all, the hard work you did on it. Hope you continue to do that. I am going to bring a resolution for next time to acknowledge, well, not a resolution, I'm going to acknowledge the young people, the 10 authors that were a part of that. And y'all brought those forth through the after-school program. So that's an amazing program, and this is a very small amount of money, but you all did a great event with it, an initiative with it. So I appreciate that, and just wanted to highlight that the work that you're doing with the funds that you have. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. All right, thank you, colleagues. We have one add-on item. I don't think anybody have any other questions for Parks? Okay, good deal. One add-on item, an ordinance to amend the Code of Ordinances of Memphis, Tennessee regarding Small Business Enterprise Opportunity Program, all council districts, sponsored by the administration. Can I get a motion in a second? Moved by Cooper Sutton, seconded by Easter Thomas. Waiting on Chief Gibson. I'll tell you what, we're going to move that one to the heel of executive. I'm going to go to our add-on items. Or Attorney Wade, whoever comes out. Oh, here she is. Chief Gibson, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Tanara Gibson, Chief Legal Officer, 125 North Main. If this is relating to the ordinance amending the city's current small business enterprise ordinance, the ordinance is being amended to align with current state and federal law. Long and short, we've changed somewhat slightly the metrics relating to qualifying as a small business enterprise in the city of Memphis. It'll apply to entities with fewer than 300 employees or less than $10 million in gross annual revenue. That's the primary change. It relates to entities within the city of Memphis, within the city proper, so within the city limits, et cetera. Not a significant amount of changes. One of the bigger changes is that the local preference ordinance that we currently maintain has been built into this by reference into this ordinance. And so it references it maybe on page 26, closer to the end. But long and short, those are the most significant changes to the current small business enterprise ordinance.
Thank you, Chief. Colleagues, any questions for Chief Gibson? Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? I'm also an aye. That item passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Will be added on to consent for first reading tonight. That brings us to our add-on items. Resolution. It will be starting with 36, a resolution to approve a cost-sharing agreement between the City of Memphis and the Memphis-Shelby County Airport Authority for the Raleigh-Millington Force Main Sewer Improvements, District 4, Super District 8. Sponsored by the administration, there is a request for same-night minutes. Item 37, a resolution approving the sale of 924 Thomas Street, Memphis, Tennessee 38107 to Young Actors Guild, a nonprofit 501c3 organization, for a nominal fee, further described as parcel number 027-005-00051, District 7, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. There is a request for same-night minutes. Item 38, STP 25-22, 1936 Elms Avenue, District 7, Super District 8. Item 39, ordinance to amend the Code of Ordinances of Memphis, Tennessee regarding the Small Business Enterprise Opportunity Program. All council districts sponsored by the administration. There is a request to add to consent for first reading. Item 40, a resolution to amend fiscal year 2026 operating budget. All council districts sponsored by Carlisle, Green, Walker, and Canale. I'm assuming that's me. Request to add on to fiscal consent for same night minutes. All right. Same night minutes.
I have all the names wrong. It's on add-ons. It's not an add-on, it's already on the agenda, but we're adding same night minutes on item 6.
So our how does that change our?
What did you have? Oh, okay. Oh, no.
Okay, same night minutes, items 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 27, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, and 40. Item 29 has been withdrawn. Item 28 has been held until November 4th. Any other corrections need to be made?
What Chairman?
Yes, ma'am.
I didn't hear, I was listening, I didn't hear that resolution. You just talked about, I think, it's already on the agenda, numbers, is it 6?
I had YAG. That's not YAG.
That's okay, we'll talk about it later.
Okay.
Mayor over there got y'all attention.
Okay, hold on 1 second.
Okay, our add-ons may be
Adjusted.
adjusted. We're going to have that ready to go by 4 o'clock.
So that was
Yes. From committee, from Public Works?
Yeah, the 4 and 5 from committee, are they being held to the next committee?
So
or?
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton said that she got her answer, and Councilwoman Logan wished to hold her item until the next meeting.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure they didn't get lost into the ether.
Thank you.
Chairman,
Yes, ma'am.
you just read a resolution. I think, and Easter Thomas just asked you about it. What resolution was that?
She has an honorary street name.
Yes, that's item 6.
Oh, yeah, that's 6. Okay.
Yes.
The whole, yeah. Please.
Okay, does anybody not want to be on the honorary
That's the
street?
question.
Okay.
Thank you.
Very good.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. No.
I got it.
No. Only holds are item 28. Item 29, again, has been withdrawn. Any other questions for executive concerns, corrections, addendums? All right. Thank you for your